Okay, everybody, welcome back to day 3. We're, I wouldn't say halfway, but following lunch we'd be over halfway. So it's that's pretty good. So, and I see that almost everybody was able to meet the original deadline for submitting the first assignment. Some students asked for an extension, so I just made the extension available to everybody. So it's, everyone has the opportunity for some extra time. Which also means that if you want to go in and tweak your assignment or do anything else, you can feel free to do it. It will definitely be due tonight. There will be no further extensions. Second thing is yesterday's lecture was recorded. Obviously, it's a large lecture because I never turned the recording off. So it is still being processed on the YouTube website, even though it was loaded first thing this morning. And it will unfortunately not be available now, but probably by midday or end of the day, it will be available for those who want to go back to the lecture component and review content. Finally, for today, what we're going to do is the film that you expected to see, the bucket list, is a 90-minute film. It's about 94 minutes, a little more than 1.5 hours. So the time on the schedule allocated for the film is pretty long. I'm going to share my screen here. So we don't need from 1:30 to 3:45 to see the film. So with the film, if you started the film around give or take 1:30, by 3 o'clock we should be done. So let's meet up again at 3 p.m. today. I haven't scheduled a health break because your lunch and your film will allow you to take any necessary movement breaks in between. It's quite a generous lunch. It's 1 hour and 15 minutes, and then you have about 90 minutes for the film. So we will meet today back at 3 p.m. and not at 3:45. And we might make that adjustment for tomorrow as well, because one of the things that happened yesterday was we ran out of time to actually finish what I had planned to finish in terms of content, and I don't want that happening a second time. And then in the end, it all gets cumulative, and then we are out an entire lecture or whatever it is. Okay. Hopefully that is relatively clear, and I don't have any questions, so we can go ahead. So let's continue where we left off. I'm going to go ahead and turn my video off. There we go. Okay. So we spoke about medicalizing masculinities, ageism, prioritizing medical cures, and big medicine's control, the medical lens of aging, and so on. Now, what Tully Winton, she once wrote that old bodies are problematic and they can cause us pain, devalue our social and cultural status, and in the end, they remind us of our finality. And this is considered an outside-in perspective. It's the point of time where the aged body is more present, not just to the individual themselves, but even to others because of the pain and aches and pains, and changes in physicality itself. So there are many interpretations of getting old that kind of change the narrative from an ageless self-interpretation that a listener might want to kind of impose on an older man. There's lots of geriatrics literature which talks about the aging body, how there's physiological breakdown, there's wear and tear, and there's change in movement, posture, balance, and well-being. But all of the big challenge is all of these changes don't necessarily, and the outside-in view that you're more aware of your body, more aware of your physicality because of the changes, because of aches and pains, they don't make the connection between how the individual, how the old man feels about himself and the bodily changes. So that disconnect exists. Ainley's work in 1989, it was a qualitative study of age-related vision loss, and her book is titled "Day Brought Back My Night: Aging and New Vision Loss." Now, so this book was the first attempt to actually look at loss of vision in older adults from their internalized perspective as to what their experience is. But it's very limited. Most of it is looking from the outside in a physician's perspective of loss of muscle, arthritis, and all of those situations. It's not necessarily looking from the older adult's experience. Now, postmodern times, which is now we are in a postmodern era now. Men's lifespan trajectories are no longer standardized within a classic country, and the bodily experience, while it can start of getting older, it can start as early as one's 60s. It can even start well beyond one's 80s. So there's a lot of variability there. So all the processes that lead to old bodies are oftentimes they're related to people's economic security or lack of it, and then their embodied preferences, their lifestyle, whether they were alone, whether they were living with somebody, or the kind of work they did, whether it was very physically demanding, and of course geographies of place. Do you live in a clean environment? Are you living in Delhi, India, where everything is extremely polluted, or are you living in Toronto, Canada, where things are relatively cleaner? Okay, so all these reminders, and then there are the previous landmarks of aging for old people were your typical transition into grandfatherhood or retirement. So each reminder basically triggers the subjective sense of old age approaching. So these were the typical chronological flags, so to say, as to indicate to an older man that he was getting old. And of course, this is before perhaps the pileup of all the chronic morbidities that start to come up. Whether an older man is subjectively moored to old age or not, every old man, his journey through time involves a loss of capacity over time. Now, an old man may give up competing in a rigorous marathon, but he might still run. Another old man might stop his rigorous bicycle riding, but might enjoy long walks. A third one may not enjoy strenuous hiking, which he did younger on. And they continue to, they all perhaps are, some may remain sexually intimate, some might not, but the ones that do might adjust to the possibilities of the different changes they experience with their bodies. They may still participate in strengthening and exercise program to kind of stay where they are instead of falling back. It's more to stay in place, maintain some strength, some ability. Some old men might enjoy growing summer vegetables or attending the theater or thinking about pre-World War II if they're in their late 80s and stuff. They may think about their foreign coin collections or eating in restaurants with friends, Friday night, grandparenting, or strolling on the beach, while on their annual vacation. Their habitus through which they express their identity as men will continue to get tweaked. So they'll keep making these adjustments, and which will be in context of their bodily capacities. They might choose to read books with larger prints, and they might need to use a handheld print enlarger to continue to read their newspaper, the smaller print on their newspapers. As we discussed before, old men don't agonize much about late life's bodily transformations and how it affects their masculine identities. Most seem to understand that they're still men who are simply growing old. And you see this over the coffee groups at Tim Hortons. Lots of older adults grab their coffee and they're talking about, how they feel. They're not necessarily talking about being old all the time. That'll come up once in a while. They'll talk about challenges they might encounter. Most of the times it's about things that appeal to them, politics, the state of the country, or whatever it is. It does bother them if their actual capacity goes down. So I used to golf. Well, I still do. He's off this year. I golf with an older gentleman, an avid golfer, and been golfing with him for several years in the summer. Whenever time allows me to go ahead and do it, I've never heard Jim complain about not fitting in his clothes properly or being. The only time any things bothered him was when the doctor asked him to take a break because he had to go through a medical procedure and he couldn't play golf for a few weeks. um, so most of the time that's not necessarily true that they are, but they do recognize that there's a change in identity, especially once they retire, and there's a lot of grandparenting imposed. And the conversation changes, the emphasis on physical capital starts to reduce, and because this is, they recognize that the identity is slowly transforming, and the conversations start to go, instead of being talking about intensive activities such as rowing, running, they start to go into fishing, perhaps golf, perhaps helping out at home, things like that. So the author of the book suggests, or he puts in a quote from a couple of researchers, Lectie and Jeannot, and as a perspective offered by older men. And this is a comment. Quote, after discussing his son's interest in kite surfing, Jacob remarks, I probably won't try that, and he laughs. And getting old isn't really a barrier. It's just common sense. It would take a lot of time and some strength and stuff you'd have to develop, and I'm not stupid enough. So it's recognizing the limitations as you get older, and not and perhaps admitting that the risk might not be worth the reward, particularly for some activities. So the author differs from thinking that aging bodies pose a nature of being, an ontological challenge to identity. So it's not really a problem. Late life is often represented as a loss of functional capability by media and by physicians, but really it's not necessarily consistent amongst all older adults, older men. And late life is not measured by infirmities, dependencies, and suffering, which are typically linked to what the author calls fourth age cultural imagery. And what it does is this kind of thinking, it frames old age in not just biological terms, but in terms of ability and disability. And people start to think about old age as being a body in decline and a time of dependence and disengagement. So it problematizes old men's bodies as dependency prone. It completely eliminates the point of view, or the picture that you don't necessarily see the mindful old man who sees himself as a man and engages in masculinity practices. Being self-aware of his body, there might be some adjustments, and experiencing growing older, there might be some changes. Now, this is, what makes an old man is a lot of interpersonal experiences, and the transformations and the change in habitus that the old man adapts to as he's getting older. So that's what affirmative old age is all about. But the outside picture tends to be to look at it from a very biomedical / ability inability form of view, and there's a problematic image created for the old man. How many old men buy into this imagery, into this discourse? That is interesting. That actually unless there's a physical barrier to doing something, there's really no acknowledgement of all of this discourse going on. So to conceptualize aging and old age through a lens of decline or failure ignores how aging bodies and growing old can be affirmative, whether the affirmation is of the consciousness, the embodied consciousness of having suffered and being able to tell stories about it, whether it's about the mindfulness of pleasurable time with friends and family. Too many people, especially when we are younger, uh, pleasurable moments occur, we just live through them and they go away. We don't enjoy it in the moment. But as we get older, especially older men, seem to be more aware of being in the present. Um, Most old men slowly come to terms with their bodily aging, and they disconnect from a body ideal which is demonstrated on TV or in print. That's not achievable, and they choose to operate within the narrow field of aged masculinities, where experience is valued, and your the crystallized intelligence, the knowledge accumulated over the years, that's valued. They might resist self-identifying as old. And a study of Swedish men, basically, who were interviewed, um, they simply commented about getting older as, it is what it is. It's the way things are. And this is a quote from a comment. I have the insight that I'm getting old and I accept that. I know that I will have less and less energy and all that, but I see that as part of a natural process. Similar, well, it's not similar, but a different quote from a Mexican study. The comment was, "Your body is like a car. The older it gets, the more problems you got." This is almost very similar to what I tell my dad. My dad hates going to the physician. He hates consuming his medicines. He's diabetic. He's had a couple of heart attacks and a stroke. But being ex-military, he still buys into the traditional macho military script. So because he doesn't um, want to feel that he has different conditions, he used to. He stopped doing it, I hope. He used to take himself off of the pills. He wouldn't go for his regular medical checkups because he didn't want to feel quote unquote ill. And this is similar to what the Mexican man, well, so what I told my dad and the analogy I said is, look, you're a fine-tuned antique automobile. You got parts, everything works, but you have to take care of it. You probably have to make regular visits and keep yourself healthy. Your body is still very valuable to you. So this is very similar to what the interviewer encountered in the Mexican study. So in this case, this old man had begun to experience decreased erectile capacity and other bodily changes. But similar to many of the other old men in this particular study, he didn't really care to use pharmaceutical medical aids that might help with ED. And he was quite happy to embody his aging as a mature masculinity and which focused on effective family relationships and all. So Wenzel's article title, Aging Respectively by Rejecting Medicalization, it's a nice article and it captures what this Mexican interviewee said about how they embody their culture's belief that an old body is acceptable with all of its so-called deficiencies. Uh, it's just that these are all positive affirmations of aging, just accepting the body as it is and accepting the change and not trying to quote unquote fix something. Men's personal adaptations to their aging bodies become expressed in their lifestyle practices, and they're consistent with the continued possibility of agency within later life. Now, just because you have to change how you do something because you're getting old as an aging man, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a different or it's an end to the masculinity script. It also doesn't mean you're losing agency. In fact, there is agency in breaking away from the never-ending masculinity script and making changes so that you can continue your masculinity the way that most suits your requirements. So some studies of very old Swedes by Fischer, Norberg, and Lundman, they noted that the body was more than just a reminder of change. It was evidence of both being old and feeling old. Um, what the researchers concluded was that growing old was described as maintaining one's identity in spite of the challenges that come with aging and embracing opportunities, being changed, and feeling being the same. So that's actually very profound, because when you think about it, as the body is changing, so do your choices, so does your habitus that's getting tweaked. But in all of this, it's still the recognition that you still feel the same, which means it's not necessarily, you've not attached your identity to a narrative. And that's why this is possible. This is seen in other studies. There's a study from Finland that's also being quoted, um, where people start, instead of saying that they're feeling old, they comment about actually being old, and that's different. Feeling old and being old mean different things. Being old is simply the acknowledgement of time and the changes that have occurred to your body, and feeling old is uh, internalizing uh, the the difference in the expected reality for an older man, and the gap that they're experiencing. Um, so when the data was used on life satisfaction from older Germans in 1984 from Schilling, they found that individuals maintained their relative level of life satisfaction throughout the years. So despite growing older, despite the challenges when life satisfaction surveys were done, uh, there was, for a lot of older adults, there was actually an improvement in subjective well-being. For some of them, it declined as well, but people were quite content. Men were quite content with their changing age. Um, so basically, despite all the citation of these studies, uh, there is still a limitation of studying the lived experience of having old bodies. And while the author talks about all of these narratives existing, there you don't have many compilations of studies of talking to old people with their aging body and the lived experience of having their old bodies. Slowly growing older, the body can be a catalyst for identity musings and late life quests. So these kind of quests can be spiritual, they can be adventurous, depending on the individual, and that's something we'll see in today's film, The Bucket List, which is quite interesting. Um, I can say from personal experience, my parents absolutely created a bucket list, and they keep adding to that list. My dad's in his 70s, mom is in her late 60s, almost 70. They're very active physically, and that's how they shaped their post retirement years. So despite his physical challenges for my dad, and mom is in relatively good health, uh, they do different things. So they've run a half marathon in the desert in the United Arab Emirates a few years ago. Uh, both of them are in. They got into sports in their 60s, which is very interesting. Um, they wanted to do something in Toronto, so they ran the Masters half marathons and 10Ks and all of that stuff. So they travel around the world doing this, and they make it a point that any country they travel to, they're going to run a race in that country. So that's their thing. So those were the things on their list. So they wanted to visit Switzerland, they ran a race in Switzerland. They wanted to visit different parts of the US. So every place they visited, they went with a goal. And so this was kind of their bucket list kind of thing. Um, we will be seeing the bucket lists later today, so that's going to be an interesting thing. So all these late life quests occur. Sometimes it can be spiritual and so on. And then we, as older men, you start to think about the meanings in your life. men's complex embodiment of aging and resistance to getting old, is or giving up. It's decisive to an existential experience of later life. One person can actively embody and enjoy their old age, and another man can deny their age and act so differently. And this is whether they've bought into the never aging masculinity script, or whether they've bought into some kind of a masculinity script which doesn't suit their lived reality. Some men have greater resiliency and experience of purpose in life. Um, in a study of older Swedish men, 85 men and 85 years and above, a lot of men talk about and reflect on their purpose in life. They talk about past achievements and living an honorable life and being able to adapt to bodily changes, maintaining their dignity, and being functional. Despite these big stories, one of the respondents says, quote, "For me, purpose in life is being able to get up in the morning and get dressed. That is worth a great deal. If you can't do that and you just lay in bed, there would be no purpose in life at all." So the meanings, the purpose, thinking about what life is, they all continue to change, and they're embodied differently. I have a couple of comments. I'm going to take a brief pause, address those comments. Let's see, they're on chat. Oh, why doesn't that show up? Oh, there we go. Oh, thank you, Melissa Murdoch. Wow, that's impressive. Akifa, very impressive. That's probably in the context of my folks. Thank you. Yes, and I appreciate it. Let's go back to the meeting. Okay. So implications and summary. So never aging masculinities has been a little bit of a navigational tool for older men to kind of walk a certain path with their aging bodies. Now, as you can imagine, it might work for some period of time post middle age, because your bodily abilities are still maintained and longevity is greater these days. But it's an incomplete navigational tool. It's like a GPS device, which, you're traveling from Sudbury to Toronto, and it only provides you directions up to, let's say, Parry Sound, and then you're on your own. Of course, one might argue that the highway is pretty straightforward. You can go, but the point I'm making is, it's it's an incomplete script. So lots of older adults who have bought into never aging masculinities often will have self-deprecating comments about their health, about their physical ability, and so on. And they talk about their lost manhood. This is again because of the prevalence and the promotion of this never aging masculinity. It's also the assumption from the outside in that old men have to use this compass, the never aging masculinity guidelines or script, to continue to practice their masculinities. Now, this is not even true, and what's found more or less is, if there are lots of older men who will present themselves as practicing never aging masculinities, but what they practice personally is a masculinity that they're most comfortable with. So they almost mask their masculinity practice because they see it as unappealing in a broader social context. But there are several men who are quite comfortable with their changing masculinities and their masculine priorities. The lost manhood discourse is limited. It's not broadly accepted at all. This again, in this lecture we've discussed the Bourdieu's postmodernist idea that our body is or embodiment is a continuous project, and it undergoes continuous modification of habitus. And they're not cast in stone by midlife. They keep getting transformed with aging and the changes associated with aging. Uh, Old men's bodies are definitely identities. They are durable, but at the same time, unfinished constructions. And men move through lived time, and their social capital shifts over time. The construct of embodiment invites us to rethink about our bodies each day and to accumulate and integrate lived experiences and affect new experiences. So for all classes, whether you're working class, whether you're wealthy, the actual fields that old men inhabit will range from some of the same fields they negotiated earlier. For example, their recreation, their intimacies, their hobbies. There might be newer arenas that they might have, which might become part of their habitus. So that's pretty much the end of this lecture. We will pause briefly for questions. I'm going to make a cutoff time. So little till 9:40, we can have questions, comments about this section, and then we will jump right into lecture 6, Wrestling with Aging. And if you don't have any comments, I can get started right away as well. That's not an issue. 9:33. Oh. Go ahead, Melissa.
I just wanted to comment on something you said way earlier, just about the example how on one of the older men, when he wasn't able to participate in some of the activities he was originally participating in, it's that when, or sorry, that's when he actually felt he was aging. And I can agree with that in a way, because I was diagnosed with chronic pain and bulging disc nerve impingement at the age of 14, and was forced to quit all physical activities. And I was in a lot of competitive sports. And even at the age of 14, I felt like I couldn't be a kid anymore. And now at the age of 22, I can't really participate in any sports and everything like that, and things that normal people my age do. And I even feel older than I am. So I can kind of agree with what you said with that, even though I'm not 60 plus years old.
No, thank you for sharing that. That's this actually this is something we're going to be this is shared, and I think it might be the lecture that's coming up that we actually talk about something very similar in lines to what you said. Oftentimes, the challenges that get thrown up in old age are very simple, very similar to a chronic, a deeply not necessarily disabling, a deeply challenging chronic condition that requires
Mm-hmm.
a change in roles. So that there are, the author makes parallels to those situations. So we'll talk about that. But thank you for sharing that. I mean, that's so you get it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We have a chat comment. I'm going to read that. Susan F., could you explain age and meanings? Susan, did you want to elaborate on your question?
Yeah, you touched the bucket list, the movie. I was just want to try to understand how it correlates to age and meetings.
How it correlates? We haven't seen the bucket list yet, but
Right.
once you see it, we should be able to. So hold on to your question,
Okay.
and we will address that after that.
Oh,
But I don't want to sound evasive to your question, so I'll give you a little bit of an answer, but
okay.
it'll become more relevant. So what you have to understand is the same things that we value, the same things that we take for granted in earlier life, um, because they have different meaning. So for example, um, meeting your child, I don't know if you're a young parent or you're a parent or whatever it is, I don't want to make assumptions. As a younger person, when I meet my son every day and I hug my son, um, I don't think much about it. I don't think my parents thought much about coming home from work and meeting us as children, having dinner together or everything. Now that my dad is older, uh, the phone call I make to him once a week in India is he waits for it. So if I don't call at a certain time, that is such a big deal. So the meaning of connecting with his son has changed dramatically when he was in his 40s and now when he's in his 70s. Okay, and age, I would argue distance too in this situation. Both age and distance have done it for him. It's not that he has been away from us when he has not been away from us when he was younger, because he's ex-military, so he'd often get posted to border areas where he'd be away from the family for a couple of years, and in those days no internet and patchy phone connections, especially if you're in a field unit, right? So it wasn't quite the same. But now, as he's older, the meaning of connecting with his son has changed quite dramatically.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. I'm trying to find our next slideshow, and there we go. Wrestling with aging. This is Michelle Gulbika has entered. Okay, we have one more student. So I turned the recording on. Yes, we're good. Okay. So this is a quote from one of the studies, one of the authors that the author of your textbook refers to. My eyesight, my gallbladder problems, my weight, my energy level, my legs, my arthritis. These are among the things participants in a study refer to when they are asked to talk about age. If you notice all of these comments in line with what we saw last, these are all things that actually affect the weight, perhaps. I don't know how, I guess if it's a large difference, but these are things that affect their roles in society. A lot of them are. So there are constant reminders to older men that their age is a problem. Wrestling with aging involves troubling ageist encounters. It happens all the time, and I see it personally, and I try to shut it down if I see it. As I had mentioned earlier, I often talk about my tennis group because it's a diverse group. You have younger people, you have younger men and women, you have older men and women, and we have an older gentleman who actually organizes everything for the tennis club, and they make sure that everybody gets to play with everybody else, and they do a whole bunch of work. So I really appreciate that. On one occasion, they had forgotten to bring the combination of players that would play for that evening, and a younger man, not much younger, so somebody who was in their 50s, commented to this older gentleman who's probably late 70s, "Oh, you must be growing senile," you know. And as offensive and inappropriate as that comment is, it's this kind of ageism and ageist encounters that older adults encounter all the time. Uh, Growing up as a child, uh, I would hear this all the time amongst family members talking about older adults saying, "Oh, he's just old and forgetful." And while they may not sound malicious, what comes out of people's mouths as conversation is the tip of an iceberg. I mean, it's almost similar to in psychoanalysis and psychology, where you have this massive iceberg under the water, and the personality that is the tip, which is the visible part. So when comments like these come out, they are the result of the construction of a massive hidden uh, thought process and communication process that is occurring from the person who's creating this ageist comment or environment. So older men deal with very troubling ageist encounters all the time, and in most cultures. In the U.S., it's not just people saying passing comments. It's direct consumer advertising of pharmaceuticals, the nightly news, and other targeted television programming, which keep bombarding the audience about uh, cartoon-like depictions of our product will help you age better kind of deal. Whether you pay attention to the commercial or not, as an aging man, you're repeatedly instructed by people who have a semblance of power. And you think about all these medical ads. What they do is they stick an actor in a coat and a stethoscope, in a white lab coat and a stethoscope, and it creates the imagery of authority. It's they may not be a physician at all, but this is the kind of messaging that you keep getting. And then the other instruction obviously is that it's your responsibility to and your future to age well. Every 30-second narrative, there's the proposed treatment of an age-related health quote-unquote problem that keeps reminding the older man that, well, you're losing your masculinity, you're losing your agency, and you're going to get into more physical trouble. So this chapter, what the author wants to do is he wants to talk about men's aging and illness stories, and it's more about recognizing the process itself. So aging and illness stories, typically old men share it with their friends and acquaintances much more than family themselves, because part of it is they don't want the family to be concerned. And so friends and acquaintances will typically listen and agree, and anything they say comes without causing them necessarily large-scale anxiety. Often within all of these stories, there is a recognition or even acceptance of the fact that the men will not live forever. They're going to go at some point. The aging and illness stories, it's a broad range. Some of it is restitution. So some of it is, what, I had a heart attack, 70% of my heart is dead, and I can still go ahead and run a half marathon. And this is directly from my dad's experience. He had a heart attack at 29 and 70% of his heart is actually dead. But he's very proud of himself. So his stories tend to be about restitution of his body and how he's still continuing to do what he does. But not all situations are the same. Some of these stories have a chaos narrative. Some of the stories have a quest narrative, which means they're about going after trying to accomplish something, but they're stories of the process of becoming old men. Now, the author also wants to call attention to men's health practices and how these practices are among the practices of aging masculinities. As men adopt their aging masculinity, what happens is when you start to recognize that the body is aging, the I don't care health attitude shifts to I should care. And there's a little bit of a conversation we'll have about that. And finally, what the author ends the chapter with is the premise that wrestling with aging means that some things have to be let go, and walking away from the never-aging masculinity script blueprint and changing the practices to be more in sync with the comfort of an aging masculinity. So there are a couple of different quotes from different studies that the author uses. So one individual says, like my father always said, if you treat a cold, it'll last 7 days. If you don't treat it, it'll last a week. So I never bothered treating myself. My philosophy has always been that my body will heal itself. So in this kind of stance towards health maintenance, this can be typical of several old men, just to turn a blind eye to symptoms of ill health. That's my dad. Or in the ways bodily aging might silently chip away at functional capabilities, unless there's a big alarm of impairment, unless they feel that they're going to get disabled, they don't actually pay attention to stuff. When we talk to old men with multiple comorbidities about how they're doing, usually they just say as well as can be. They are more interested in talking about everything but their health. Politics is interesting, faith, sports. They might talk about their lesser ability to hit a tennis ball or softball, or reduced capacity to walk up and down flights of stairs without using a handrail. But most of the time, the focus is away from the body, despite the acceptance of the change. So The author wants to contribute to theories about old men's lives and taste for aging masculinities, but he's not really interested in developing a grand theory or a grand thesis. Um, what he wants to do in this chapter is he wants to talk about old men wrestling with their ill health or change in health. Uh, Within the social worlds of old men, it's quite accepted that there will be age-related issues. That is the norm. Um, and the older the man, it's more likely that they have increased contact with their physicians or other health professionals to help manage their health. Most men come to normalize their health related change and its trajectory and whatever functional limitations they have. And they're typically not cavalier with, you know, ignoring everything that's happening. They recognize the aging body is present, and they recognize that it's unfinished. They know that their health will present them with chronic hitches that they have to wrestle with throughout their journey moving forward, and they accept the responsibility most of the time for the need for health maintenance. So statistically, 2 in 5 men aged 65 or older in the US have either undergone cardiac catheterization or have a stent for their heart or have lived through a heart attack or have been treated for cancer. Now, the author claims that age is not a causal risk, but I'm going to disagree because that's not accurate. Age is a causal risk. It is considered a causal risk for several conditions, an independent risk factor if you're taking the biomedical perspective. And so while you read through this chapter, obviously you're welcome to form your own opinion, but my understanding from a biologist perspective is that that's not accurate. But age does increase the risk of multiple, I think it's a causal risk for some diseases, and for some diseases it increases the odds of morbidities, or particularly of cancer and of Alzheimer's. But aging men know this. They might know this because of their experience from peers or from direct exposure to advertising. So these illness stories, they can provide a biographical disruption, and they can, they also they help understand what strategies these old men have used to preserve their quote unquote selves and how they're embodying their aging. The stories are nuanced. When they first develop pain due to arthritis, it brings the body into a daily awareness, which was never part of the consciousness. So, for example, and this was I think Melissa shared this, that because of her back injury and bulging disc, she's not able to participate in physical activity. I don't think before that incident occurred, she was aware on a day-to-day basis of where her body was at with respect to time. In my case, I have an autoimmune condition that causes inflammation in my mouth. So I never used to think about my mouth before the condition occurred, but ever since it is, I'm quite aware of how it is on a day-to-day basis. So, it's very similarly, older men are quite aware. Um, Research from Britain and Australia finds that when older men are faced with these physical realities, it brings their physicality into their sphere of vision, so to speak. At some point, old men start to integrate the permanence of their impermanence. So that's an interesting way to remember that, in the end, their existence is not permanent, and they start to integrate that they will leave this world at some point. If we can imagine that later life represents the postmodern era in our lives as individuals, Randall suggests that journeying into it, as we come into view later life and aging from a more ironic stance, that one is more flexible and more expansive and more accepting of uncertainty and more able to appreciate the lighter, less serious sides of situations, past and present. In doing so, of course, old men engage the here and now in terms of their capabilities, even if they look back at times and use a retrospective yardstick. They're aware that future time is finite and are uncertain about what later life and its possibilities entail. Another researcher, Idler, has noted that men's self-ratings of their health reliably take into account their lifestyle and acquired mortality risks. So there's a large body of research in subjective health assessment, and all of it speaks to the fact that old men definitely experience their aging body as present in the moment, and they understand the implications of their changing health. When an old man calls his health as poor or fair or no longer good enough or excellent, the self-assessment is absolutely weighing all the conditions that he's suffering and his estimation of his future. I have a comment, so I'm going to take that comment before I go to the next slide. Let's see, we have one. Why do I not see the chat window? Oh, there we go. Melissa says, absolutely. Thank you, Melissa. This is in reference to Melissa's, the comment I made about Melissa's experience regarding being fully aware of her back every time. Just one more comment. I agree that the body deteriorates with age. This is from Michelle. Okay, and now I'm going to move on to the next slide. All of you, I really love the class participation. I think it's fantastic. You're posting in comments in the chat window or speaking up or raising your hand. If I'm moving forward and not addressing your comment right away, please don't feel offended. It's just that I want to get a few things sorted, and we will absolutely come back to people who have their hands raised and comments, because that's an important part of this course. We're not you're all very engaged, and I really appreciate that. So that's a good thing, and this is what I want for the course. So within Western cultures, which now are facing old age, there are at least two generations now. The very few remnants of generations before the silent generation. So we have the silent generation and the boomers. The silent generation is the generation preceding the boomers, or who gave rise to the boomers. They may have been intermittently aware that their lives are not permanent, as their sense of mortality was drawn up by, perhaps they became aware that they're no longer going to, live forever, because a friend died, a close relative died, somebody got ill, or perhaps when they purchased life insurance to protect their family's well-being. Still, these men were not inclined to consider their impermanence, and it's not necessarily a denial of death, but it's just something that isn't present front and center. Instead, their early experiences were enveloped within generational cultures where the habitus resisted being old. That was a very cultural thing for both the silent generation and the boomers. They grew up and worked in generational cultures that made their elongated lives statistically and socially normative. So, and morally not the same as quote unquote old age. So these men, they are aging men in societies where public health and medical care sequester death and dying to the very end of lifespan time. Now, this may not be true for every aging man, but for the most part, it is, the health span has increased considerably. So most men can expect to have a long span of quite decent health with good functionality. And there is medically assisted compression of morbidity, or that we see. Now, the contradiction, of course, is while that's become norm, the liquidity of postmodernity and later life has not meant people integrate into their consciousness their impermanence before bumping up against their own later life. So because of all this medical assistance, not just medical assistance, overall good general health, it's easy for old men to slip into the idea that they don't have to think about their impermanence. Right? So till they actually encounter something physically or physiologically, they're not likely to think about it. To acknowledge our own impermanence is basically to acknowledge our death, right? I mean, it's the understanding that we're going to leave this world. In Western cultures, we reconcile the rolling impermanence. We're quite used to recognizing that employment is not permanent. We're quite used to recognizing that a relationship or a marriage might not be permanent. We also can recognize that our geographical location might not be permanent as to what we call home, because we almost expect that we will go through a few homes in our life. But the way we think about death is sort of an existential impasse. Uh, it's postmodern Western culture is we have an unsaid rule of don't go there, largely because of death anxiety hangover from the rise of medical authority, which casts death as unnatural, something to be fought, hidden, or not discussed. Um, and it's a beautiful concept, and you know we don't discuss impending death as a culture. And this is while the author speaks from a Western perspective, because that's where he comes from. I can speak to it from a very East Indian perspective. Even though culturally there's a lot in our culture about considering death as part of life, and there are several philosophies over 4,000 years old. As East Indians, it is still culturally not okay to discuss the impermanence of life, and even talking about the death of very old people is not accepted, and is not treated as okay. So it's so that's something that transcends one kind of culture or another. When it comes to accepting our own mortality, people have to relinquish the anti-aging or never-aging narrative, and think in terms and stop thinking in terms of curing and restoring function. The author draws on Arthur Frank's observation that for most old men, lived experiences can be more than a life of busy pretense. Mature and aging men busy themselves with managing their bodily health and a convoy of legacy work to survive them. Children, a vintage car, genealogies, trees and gardens. Um, but at some point during later life, I have a comment, I will address that shortly. At some point in later life, it becomes very clear front and center that you're not going to live forever. So the permanence of impermanence is embodied. There's a comment from an 89-year-old who had been living with Alzheimer's for 5 years. Quote, "You can't stop the aging process. No point worrying about it." Unquote. And this philosophy is also often seen um, in people who are in the armed forces and who are in a state of conflict. They recognize that impermanence is part of their reality. There's a wonderful book. You can listen to it as an audiobook or you can read it. It's written by a guy called Atul Gawande. I'll share that with the class afterwards. And the title of the book is Being Mortal. And it's absolutely fantastic. It's a mind-blowing book about how we as humans have walked away from the only absolute reality, which is consistent for everybody. It's 100%. Everybody is going to die at some point, right? Anyway, I'm going to address the two comments briefly, and then we'll finish up with the slide. Let's see, where are they? Anais says it's the same way with my culture too. Discussing death is not. Yeah, even in Africa, discussing about death is not welcome. Also, telling the dying in the hospital about impending death is not accepted. Erica says, I wonder how many cultures talking about death is not accepted. If anyone can give details, I would love to hear it. Okay, we will take 2 minutes to talk about, or you can put your comment in so that not just Erica, but everyone can benefit about what their background and culture thinks about death and dying. I shared my East Indian perspective where there's a lot of philosophy about death and the impermanence of life, but still culturally it's not okay to talk about it. Melissa, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think even within cultures itself, like within the same culture, there's different opinions on death and talking about death. I come from, I come from Sudbury. I'm Caucasian, and I mean, in my family particularly, we are very open about talking about death. And being in nursing as well, I wanted to touch upon that I have had to talk to my patients a lot about death, and I've had all kinds of diverse patients, and some are very open about talking about it, and some are very put up a brick wall when I have to talk about it with them, and they don't want to talk about it. It's a taboo subject, and they just don't want to know anything about it, and they actually get very upset and angry about it. And one of my projects in nursing last year, in third year, was to create a project with some of the other girls called My Wishes, that we had to go around to each resident in the nursing home and ask them what their last wishes would be upon the dying process. So we had to go and talk to each one, and some of them were very open about talking about it. And it wasn't necessarily like what kind of health measures they wanted to be done, but it was more so holistic measures. So if they wanted family at the bedside, do they want, I don't know, a certain meal? Do they want to be coloring and watching TV? Just things like that. Or is it important for them to have a religious person around at the time of their death or something like that? And some people were very open to talking about it. And actually a lot of the residents from different cultures and some from the same cultures put up a wall and said, get out of my room. We're not talking about this.
Wow, thank you for sharing that, and I recognize that, and even within cultures, it's not a stereotype, right? So there's a lot of variation. So Melissa shared that. I have friends who are ER physicians who are quite comfortable talking about death. There are lots of posts in the chat window, and so when the author paints these broad strokes about cultures, he's probably talking about a large cross section, but obviously within cultures there's a lot of difference in talking about death. I can say from personal example, my mother will refuse to entertain any conversations about impermanence, even if it's about her 97-year-old mom and what we need to do for arrangements. My dad is the exact opposite. Former military guy, he has seen action, he's lost people next to him. He talks about it is as if it just happens. Then we have comments from Susanette, who talks about her background. And we have Suzanne Buot, who talks about Indigenous culture and the openness, about talking about death. Brian has a comment about how the youth always talk about wanting to die. I don't know, Brian. Me and you meet different youths, is all I'll say. I'm sure what you're saying is true. I'm sure there are people who are comfortable talking about death. Joan says men on a whole, they don't like to speak about the later day and what to expect. They don't want to deal with the end of life process. Erica says, well, we were responding to Erica's question. Anais says, I also wonder why in many cultures talking about death is not acceptable. I grew up knowing death was something we didn't talk about. And that's how my mom tried to raise me too, Anais. Too bad my dad was in the way. Susanette says, I'm married to a military man. Death is something we talk very openly about. Yep, Yep, that's, I understand. Akila says, what does Akila say? Akila says, I'm a Muslim and we are encouraged to thinking of our death and hereafter means to do as many good deeds. So that's again a religio cultural thing. When it comes to culture, though, my parents are from India and nobody talks about it much. Very interesting. So you have religious teachings that encourage you to think about doing good before you die, and then you have the culture which encourages you not to. Moses says, it is, however, very important to talk about the dying process and what the person's wishes will be to create will, otherwise decisions will go out of their hands. Kifa says, similar to Erica, my family has purchased plots in a cemetery, so obviously you are thinking about death. As Muslims, we also see death as part of life. So it is talked about, but of course, everyone is in denial about it. Thank you for all your comments. I'm not going to take any more comments at the moment, just because we have, well, I'm going to drag this out to 10:30 at least so we can get more stuff done. We will still have a 15-minute break, but we'll try to get through as much as we can now. Excellent, excellent conversations. Beautiful. Melissa, you have your hand up.
No, I was just putting it down from before, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, very well. So when you start to embody, when old men start to embody impermanence, which is accept the fact that death is inevitable, that's when men let go of narratives about survival and they start to accept old age and its uncharted territory. That's when they start to recognize that there will be bumps. For example, when they experience a stiff shoulder, that can be resolved by physical therapy or chiropractic, they become more aware. Or when they are faced with a new cancer that was successfully treated, they make use of a survival narrative. Um, and they know that they've become honorary members of the Remission Society, according to Frank, who are never considered quote unquote cured, because remission is you don't currently have active cells, but we don't consider you cured because it could come back. Anyway, this experience basically affirms their sense of impermanence, and the prospect of death is more or less foreseen rather than rebutted or rebuffed. Once older men start to accept their impermanence, they are most likely to start to downsize their physical possessions. There's a recognition that none of this stuff, I'm not going to stay and live to enjoy all of this stuff forever, so let's get rid of the stuff. The men are more likely to take advantage of what is important, whether it's a day without the presence of pain, whether it's a phone call with a daughter or a son, or morning coffee and snacks, or hanging out with buddies at a restaurant, or just sitting quietly near their partner as they both read or watch television or listen to music. So they're starting to value things differently. This is consistent with the axiom that when time is perceived as limited, emotional goals become more important. So this was from the work of Carstensen, Isaacowitz, and Charles in 1999. It's also consistent with the existential position about the inevitability of impermanence. And this has long roots in Socratic thought, Buddhist traditions, Hinduism, Islam, as explained by students in class, and it's in Romantic poetry as well. So the stories that aging men tell, comment in the chat window. Oh, sorry, we'll get back to the comment after. Let's finish the slide. So the stories that aging men tell and about their everyday lives are important resources for making sense of their experience with their age-related health. It's from these stories that old men structure and interpret experiences, right? So that's coming from them. So that's how they display and reinforce their sense of self and relate the sense of self to others. In all of these narrations, men make choices. They don't reveal everything. They make choices on what to include, what to highlight, and they omit other details. And it's this inclusion. So when we listen to a narrative from an older adult talking, an older man talking about their experiences with age-related health, you have to recognize that this storytelling leaves out some events and keeps in or highlights some events. That's why it's called a story, because it doesn't have all of the details. Storytelling is a natural activity. So in your textbook they use the word ontological. So it's natural activity that basically it orders their experiences. They are also performative. So there are small stories within large stories, and they're all kind of blending within each other, and depending on the interest of the listener, there can be bifurcation in which route the story starts to take. Now, the small stories typically disclose the individual's personal experiences and identities, and the big stories usually tend to reflect broader cultural discourses about masculinities or making the most of life. The men that survive a big heart attack in O'Brien, Hart, and Hunt's work, they told big stories and small stories, so background stories about manhood in Scottish terms, and immediate stories about family men living a post-work life with health limitations. When we listen to all of these stories, what the author says is, when you listen to these discourses, they talk about the stories talk about intimacies, how time is navigated, about their athletic body projects, if they're continuing or if they've stopped, and other dimensions of their lives. The men's stories provide a voice to what old age is. So it's good to not necessarily think about stories in the usual phrase, but to think with them. The stories old men tell about later in late life are not necessarily the lives as they lived, because there are things that are added, subtracted in their stories. But the stories are our medium to understand their interpretation of their own old age. In telling their stories, what men do is they affirm the self as responsible, which seems to be a core dimension of mature masculinity. So I'm going to go address, I think we may have a couple of comments here. We'll address that before we move on to the next slide. Okay. Chloe, I think we have a comment from Chloe. I don't know that we have any more. Death and dying, it's very much a topic that is avoided in my family. Yep. Death previously came as a shock as a child, as it was not openly discussed. The avoidance promotes a lot of unspoken words and difficult feelings, whereas if we accepted each was inevitable, it would lead us to live in a more open and accepting manner without placing things in hold. Yes, very insightful. Thank you, Chloe. Yeah, personally, I recognize that in my own family, death will come as a rude shock to my brother and my mother, who vigilantly avoid talking anything about the future. My mom, in her late 60s, early 70s, does not have a will and refuses to make one. My brother is in his 40s, and he refuses not just to think about making a will, but refuses to even talk to my mother about it. My dad, of course, is nonchalant, and he keeps, every once in a while, he'll upset them by talking about his own mortality. But anyway, so that aside, moving on. Sarah says, my grandparents refused to talk about death. Right to the final moments in their lives. When it happened, no one was prepared. Yep. Yeah, that's thank you for sharing that, Sarah. So negotiating age-related health, what really does health mean? I mean, we all have different interpretations of health. I know we have some gerontology students and some sociology students in class who can give us very broad definition of health because of their background in the field. The medical perspective of health, as I understood it, being trained in the biological sciences and in a health field, was simply the absence of disease and absence of conditions, which is a very limited definition. We have a chat. I'm going to address the chat after because I really want to get through a couple more slides before we break. But we will. The comments are important. Perhaps at the end of the slide, I'll look at the comments. So compared to the studies that we have examined on how men negotiate the experience with health challenges such as heart attack, there are very few studies where old men have actually been asked, what does health mean to you? Calnan and Williams in 1991, what they tried to do is they asked whether health was salient or whether it was present within the everyday lives of middle-aged British men. So they looked at middle-aged men, folks between 40 and 55 from different social classes. When they interviewed these men, they found that these men rarely discussed health. They only spoke about health in the context of illness or an accident or some physical damage. It was, or it was in the response to someone asking a question about health, but health was never a part of their everyday consciousness. And this is similar to, recognizing aging when it's physically present as pain. It's just not recognizing health. Bourgeois in 1990 says that health does not form part of men's consciousness. He cites a response to an interview question when asked directly to define health. A working class man says, "Oh, it's very difficult to say what you define as quote unquote fit and quote unquote well. I mean, it is easy to take for granted. I mean, if you take a man who, for argument's sake, has suffered with rheumatism, and then you appreciate that you are probably better off and fitter, it's very difficult to describe something that I suppose you take for granted." So really, what does health mean, right? So as men age, more ill health occurs, and that's it comes with aging. And the more the aging body is present, when Scottish men aged 65 and older were asked to describe health, the old men presented stories about their control of their lives and their bodies. When they started talking about their thinking about ill health, and then they gave up the talking about being in control and they spoke about a lack of control. So it's interesting. So in this study, what was found was everything that they had in control about their well-being was they presented agency. But when they actually started talking about conditions, they spoke about it as a lack of control and not their fault. And there's a feeling of powerlessness. So there's a little bit of a dichotomy in speaking about health and the challenges that come with it. I'm getting a whole bunch of comments in the chat window, so I'm going to pause for a second. Let's see what that says. Chat. And I'll keep contradicting myself, saying I won't stop, and then I stop. But I think it's they might be relevant to what's going on. So we'll take a look. Health is being, Kifa says, health is being socially, mentally, and physically well, along with disease being absent. That is a broader definition of health, Kifa. So thank you. A state of someone's all-round well-being, inclusive of mental and social wellness. Wonderful. Also a broader definition. Health in a gerontology perspective focuses on an overall well-being, including physical and I suppose psychological aspects, having an able body with the absence of disease. So yes, all true and all cumulative. It's also the ability to be able to pursue and accomplish personal and social goals that you have set up for yourself, in addition to all of this. So health is a very big basket of concepts. And for those of you who take the research methods or research literacy course, we talk a lot about health being a basket of concepts. Where are we? Let's get back to the slideshow. There we go. So personal narratives, while they have this dichotomy of control, no control, so when they talk about controlling their own health and fate, they talk about agency, and then when there's any ill health situation, old men will talk about the absence of control and not being their fault. The stories, what they do is they shore up masculine identity and self-worth. Now, the author thinks that the agency story should not be misinterpreted as old men's conscious, deliberate performance of masculinity. So, when they talk about having control over their health, it may not be a deliberate performance of masculinity, but the agency and fate narratives basically reveal men engaged in health practices uh, without considering their everyday actions. As men, the health related practices are definitely masculinity practices, but the issue is that these practices are not consciously organized as health practices. What they become as routine health practices that someone outside might see as a gendered practice are simply the proof of being in a certain class or a certain habitus. It is important or noteworthy that so this kind of a narrative, it's an agency and fate narrative, that when you talk about being in control of your life, but when asked about a particular disease, then you claim distance from it, right? So, and it's because it had to happen and not their fault. So it's called an agency and fate narrative. So the agency and fate narratives also, what they do is they embody the neoliberal moralizing within recent public narratives that basically put the focus of men's responsibilities for their own health. And what they do is they free the social structures or the state or the nation from responsibility for health inequalities. Okay, we have one comment. We'll take that because this is the end of the slide, and then we will go on to the next one. What do we have? We're at 10:23. Well, you know what? We will take the comment and then we'll pause for we won't do a 15-minute break. We will do a 10-minute break, but sufficient for you to stretch your arms and legs, maybe take a bathroom break, whatever it is, and we will continue. Let's do the comment. Kendra Boursier says, Kendra and Melissa have comments. I'm going to read Kendra's first. Health is a multifaceted concept. Holistic model, wellness model. Yeah, true, Kendra. And Melissa says, can you explain what is meant by embodied routine health practices that observers might see as gendered or evidence of a class habitus? So things that people do when the author talks about embodied routine health practices, which means the practices that they do from day to day. So wake up in the morning, go wash your face, brush your teeth, whatever it is, go out for a morning walk with the dog, come back, get your things off, have your food or breakfast or whatever, go through your different medication, perhaps put the dog away. The very simple action, but an external observer might see that as, well, this is what the guy does. He's an older gentleman. He's not going to get his wife to take the dog out. So it's a gendered practice. This is what he does first thing in the morning. Or so this might be for someone who has a nice house and a dog. For a person who might be a working class older person, the morning routine might look quite different. But to an outside observer, well, typically that's what a working class older man does. So that's what an embodied routine health practice means. Does that help?
Yes, very much. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so we are taking a 10-minute break now. We will come back. It's 10:25. We will all meet at 10:35 and finish this lecture up and get started on the next one. Okay? All right. See you folks soon. Excuse me. I hope everybody's back. So having lived in sync with a common class habitus that includes narratives about external forces such as fate causing different difficulties or failed bodies, uh, one man's experience of their health challenges or their health challenge selves is easily understood by other aging men. In 1995, Frank commented that hearing a story is to experience it affecting almost like their own life and to find that effect as a certain truth of one's life. So this is a quote by Frank. The content of the story of an old man reeling when ill is not likely to be misheard by the other men as a loss of manhood or manhood being challenged. Instead, it is seen as a personal story, and it is about the man and his body and his interrupted practical consciousness that took health for granted. Even if what one heard was reduced to a lost masculinity argument, if the never aging masculinity is being affirmed because of the script that it has been internalized, your textbook author argues that the listener is not actually listening. If the consequences of illness, even if they can be connected to cultural discourses about gender, the stories told by men about their illnesses are basically their own slow embodiment of their changing age-related practices and preferences and habitus. Typically what happens is the more older men are attached to the rigidity of their practice of masculinity, more they adhere to a narrative or a script of masculinity, and their realities start to change and differ from their expectations. That's when there's a greater risk for mental health. So as McVitie and Willock in 2006, what their study showed was that some old men will carry their very rigid gender identities into later life. And they are severely wounded by age-related illness experiences. And this is, this speaks directly to my maternal grandfather. I'll save that example for later, but the parallels are unbelievable. So men who are tightly attached to their quote unquote traditional masculinity or never aging masculinity, both are different, can be different. What happens is it narrows the range of credible male behaviors for those who subscribe to them getting old, right? So they are rigid in keeping the standards of what they think is masculinity for themselves, and they set up the conditions for going into depression. The message is that obviously it is difficult to accept disability and illness, and health declines are extremely compromising for everybody, but they are especially worse for men who insist on hanging on to certain ideals of masculinity and who resist their aging and still start thinking of themselves as being able to practice their younger masculinities. So there's this ample research to show how this kind of a narrative for themselves is being disrupted with multiple comorbidities, and how it leads to additional mental health challenges as well. The author posits a caveat. Now, experiencing a troubling mental illness and getting old are not always similar. Several studies of old men's illness experiences are not the same as the experiences of aging. So illness experiences are not the same as aging experiences, and he makes the distinction in that. And he talks about a Venn diagram in which, if Venn diagrams are those big images with circles that overlap, and there are areas of overlap. And so we've all seen Venn diagrams, even if we don't remember what the term means. So the author talks about if there was a Venn diagram with respective circles of lived experiences of aging and illness, if they were to overlap, they would not overlap very much at all. There might be some areas of overlap between the two big circles. But mostly experiences of illness are different from experiences of aging. It depends on what they've experienced through their illness too. That's important as well. Most old men have seen or see the value in deconstructing and reformulating dominant masculinity messages in their own guides for action and for self-worth. Now, Tannenbaum and Frank, they mention that some old men will look at ill health as a masculinity threat. But by age 70, most men, what they do is they change their lifestyle to incorporate routine medical care. They have healthier lifestyles, and and they do it in a way so that it doesn't conflict with what they perceive as resilience to their frailty, or it also doesn't conflict with their self-image as men. And obviously, the author says that this should be interpreted cautiously because most old men's transformed habitus has largely discarded the taste for the gender practices of their youth, and they have embraced the dominant masculinities that organize the fields of later life. So not the dominant fields of masculinity itself, but the subfield that lets them organize their masculinities as older men. There are parallels between the experiences of men with a serious but not terminal chronic disease. So say, for example, a serious condition would be, it could be diabetes, could be painful osteoarthritis. But it may not cause death, but it's a lot of discomfort. And, so in that situation, because these conditions are omnipresent, particularly as it pertains to pain, Kendra is in the waiting room. We will admit her. Particularly as it pertains to pain, that there's an awareness of, or there's an overlap between feeling old and having a condition or a disease. Acceptance tends to be a relative term. So for example, there's an example in your textbook talking about a 77-year-old man who had arthritis, back problems, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, and a thyroid condition, expressed his resignation as, quote, "That's life. I'm not happy with it, but if it has to be done that way, it has to be. That's all there is to it. You just accept it and move on." And Sharma says, eventually most men realize that their bodies have changed. Subsequently, they become aware of uncertainty, uncertain episodes, uncertain treatment effects, uncertain complications, and uncertain life. Awakening to death and acknowledging continued uncertainty is sobering. Reappraisals follow. These reappraisals can lead to epiphanies, marking major turning points for men and their families. When men acknowledge continued uncertainty, their reappraisals bring reflection and self-appraisal. So this is where we go back to Melissa's example of being aware. So there are similarities also, between aging and chronic illness. Aging-related bodily changes obviously can have consequent lifestyle changes, and they can rattle the natural security that the man's habitus was providing challenges self-efficacy and feelings of control. They can obviously shrink the breadth of their social capital because of having to retract from some kinds of relationships and activities. And what it can do is make the old man very aware of their presumption of future time. So these biographical changes that occur with aging are compared to the onset of a troubling disease, such as arthritis, it's the very permanence. For diabetes, even though it's a chronic condition, it's not necessarily the same because there's this. It's not a painful disease. There's damage potential, but not the same. Um, in her study of the identity dilemmas of chronically ill men, what Sharma discovered was that men were most challenged when their lifestyle had to take a change. So if they were forced into retirement, if their marriage was shaken or broken um, because of their illness and illness-related conditions, that's when they were most challenged. People come to embody the uncertainty of later life. So what they do is they start to live that through their bodies, like most chronically ill people. When they recognize that aging is not an acute condition, it's not severe, it's not going away in 7 days, and it's not curable. Um, when they start thinking about their aging in a masculinist but modernist narrative as a problem to solve, that's when it becomes very, very challenging because it's quite disheartening. It's not something that's fixable. So this is an interesting concept. I believe this is part of one of the assignment questions. Aging and illness narratives focus on the process of becoming something from something else. These narratives create a context for the lived experiences in terms of a biographical perspective. Sickness can alter identity, and chronic illness often does. Uh, Men use narrative to reorganize themselves. So there are different kinds of narratives, and there are three basic types, and we'll talk about them a little bit more. There's the restitution narrative that men use to talk about themselves or talk biographically. There's the chaos narrative, and then there's the quest narrative. So these labels have been created by Frank in 1995, and all three narrative types. No individual says or uses the same narrative all the time. Uh, every old man will use all three types of narratives from time to time to explain different parts of their biographical narrative of their own story. Um, excuse me. In societies where restorative medical care and medicalized discourses about illness um, their restoration is seen as a cure for everything. I'm going to pick on the U.S. and I do it with no malice, but America tends to be very restoration focused, and by restoration I don't I'm not talking about rehabilitation to restore function which will lead to better quality of life. We're talking about restoration of several different conditions which are normative to aging, which the pharmacological industry argues for restoration. So in societies where there's a lot of focus on restorative care uh, for all circumstances and very medicalized discourses about illness, a lot of aging men will pretty much confront every illness with a desire for restoration. It's part of their cultural habitus. Restitution narratives dominate most illness stories in such cultures. Continuing with what Frank observed, he hears a common storyline, and this is what he hears from older men with an illness. Yesterday I was healthy, today I'm sick, but tomorrow I'll be healthy again. So this is kind of a restitution perspective. Restitution efforts and stories, what they do is they try to create distance or keep mortality at arm's length by basically saying that illness is temporary. But the restitution narratives don't work anymore when conditions are chronic. So you can't post or you can't speak of a restitution narrative if some of your limbs are impacted by stroke, you've had an amputation because of diabetic neuropathy, or you've lost your vision. So these are things that can't be fixed. So then the restitution narrative no longer works. So what happens is if the body isn't restorable and this awakening occurs, then the older man may initially flounder with the uncertainties of later life and the trajectory, and he's likely to think over whether his later life will be brief rather than tedious and burdensome for others. Now, continuing to use Frank's terms, accounts of later life often use quest narratives and chaos narratives too. Now, if you can imagine listening to a very old man who was married for 50 years or more with his wife, and his wife did everything regarding the food, meal preparation, homemaking, etc., and the wife died. He now faces the chaos of life all by himself as a newly bereaved widower, uh, you know, who lives alone, and then in this situation, he's more likely to talk about how his life fell apart. So his practical consciousness and understanding the rules of the game uh, are quite different. And his chaos narrative basically starts to frame everything in the context of things getting consistently worse. I do see the hands raised. I will get back to you after I make this point, Nicholas. Someone who's continuously partnered can embody the corporeal age and of getting older, and social age reminders of being a grandfather. But um, they will only reach the point of when they got old, when they feel out of control. So the chaos narrative essentially is the idea that um, a change occurred and everything now is things that I cannot control. Everything is in chaos. Frank's analogy is person who has recently started to experience pain speaks of it hurting and can dissociate from it. The chaos narrative is lived when it has hammered me out of recognition. So old men are quite likely to muse in multiple episodes of chaos given the uncertainties of later life, but they're not likely to be bullied by the chaos effect itself. All right, so what I'm going to do now is pause for a minute. We have a couple hand raises and we have a chat. Okay, let's see. Ta-da. Nicholas, you have a comment?
Yeah, so when you're talking about the chaos narrative, and the example you used was so like the wife kind of passing away, and the older man having trouble with like the new things that he was used to her doing, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so I think like that kind of reminded me of like a fish out of water scenario.
Yeah.
Because like he's used to like that being kind of like done, and now it's not done for him anymore, so he has to like, he's like fish out of water, he has to learn. um I just wanted to like mention that because that's what I thought of. And I also so I thought when you said loss of control, because of the change occurred, he lost control over, like, I don't know, you mentioned a lost control, so I thought of like agency. So would that be kind of like he's losing agency, or has to have a change in agency when that happens?
Well, the chaos narrative goes beyond agency, and usually when men are faced with a chaotic situation, old men, uh, they are likely to distance themselves from anything that empowerment could have helped them avoid. So that's why the fate, we've previously spoke about the fate and agency narrative, right? So it's typical for old men's stories to be filled with both talking about fate when it's been completely out of control, and then agency when they have felt in control about different aspects of their life. So they take credit for stuff that they feel was within their control, and they distance themselves from things which they say. So that's different. The chaos narrative and the fish out of water, the fish out of water relates quite closely to a chaos narrative, except that the fish out of water is broader. It doesn't necessarily refer to the old man being plunged into a situation that he feels overwhelmed in handling. But the parallel is there in the sense that it is absolutely new. There's an abrupt change in circumstances, and hence the chaos.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. It's interesting. All of these different different researchers that the author talks about, they all have their own terminologies, but a lot of them will overlap and flow for portions of their definition with each other, and then they'll bifurcate their own way. And so there is a lot of overlap because lots of people are thinking about similar stuff. Let's see, what's the chat window right here? Comment from Teresa. In LTC, long-term care, restorative perspectives are used with residents that are considered palliative. Could that have a negative impact on them? Okay, this is a great philosophical question. Okay. So how are we doing on time? We have time. Okay, we'll have a brief discussion about this because this is a really good question. In long-term care, there is there is a restorative therapist, and there are restorative therapy aides. There are PTAs for physical therapy and for physical restoration. Occupational therapy, which I champion for, is actually not present as much, and occupational therapy can provide a lot of restoration too, but typically they tend to be on contract and not used very efficiently in long-term care. Now, for older residents that are palliative means they are going to die. Restorative perspectives are used. So let's ask the question: why do we think restorative practices or restorative perspectives are used for people who will eventually pass on? People want to share what they think, why that occurs? Very true, Kendra. Brian, go ahead.
So actually, my grandma's in palliative care right now as we speak. Like, she had a stroke and stuff, and well, basically, I've asked this question. Well, my parents have been asking each other the question, why should we keep her in palliative care? And the reason is, yeah, we're trying to improve their quality of life, but at the same time, it's the relationship that we had with them. Because what we want is we want them to be back to their normal selves that we knew them as, like in their healthy form. But that's not going to happen. And we don't want their old age to make it worse for them, right? We don't want their state to make it painful for them. So I guess we're trying to improve their way of going, their way of dying, or their way of surviving with whatever illnesses that they have, in a way.
Correct, and that extends what Kendra had to say as well. Thank you, Brian. That yes, absolutely. Melissa?
I was just going to say to what Teresa asked about could that have a negative impact on them. In my opinion, I would say no to that, because once a resident is deemed palliative, it's not to say that we're giving up on them by not providing restorative care, but because we're actually providing them with all the comfort measures necessary. And just because we might not be doing restorative care or even providing certain I don't know, physical therapies or I don't know, things like that. We are still providing them with some medications potentially, but especially the comfort measures and just accompanying them is a big thing too, by especially what Kendra said, improving quality of life. It's not like we're giving up on them.
Correct. And 100%. And we have to remember one thing that, Kendra, you're up next, but I'm just going to make this comment. We have to remember one thing. It's long accepted by gerontological ethicists and gerontologists that one desired goal of coming closer to the end of life or when in palliative care is to compress morbidity, to keep the end of life diseases and conditions to as limited a time as possible. And by having restorative services in place for older adults, as much as it may sound counterintuitive to some, it actually improves the quality of life and compresses morbidity to their last few days. And I have lots of comments about reducing pain, reducing anxiety of death, and so on. It's not that caregivers or the resident is not accepting their finality. It's just having a good quality of life for the longest time possible. So I am on board with that. Kendra, you were next, so please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted you to maybe confirm or clarify my understanding. So for the 3 types of narratives, I'm able to understand and recognize that they can be used both regarding, the aging process and the development of a chronic like illness or a condition. Like for instance, like the restoration, right? Like we just talked about for aging, like perhaps it's not a chronic condition, but someone who, has like it's just like if they're in palliative and they're, like they're there, like we're there to make them comfortable. And same thing with like the chaos, right? So if somebody like if the wife lost her spouse, like who's in palliative care, they're going to be like experiencing that chaos and the fish out of water. But I'm not really able to kind of put into context the quest narrative for.
Oh, that's because I haven't spoken about it yet.
Okay, well there you go, perfect.
Yes, that's coming up next. We interrupted to address the comments and raised hands. That's why it'll
Perfect.
happen.
I'll be patient. Thank you.
No problem. Joan, you're up next.
I basically typed what I was going to say.
Oh, did you? Okay. All right. Well, in that case, if you don't mind lowering your hand, so if you've had your chance to express your comment, please go ahead and lower your hand so I'm not thrown off. Brian, you have your hand up, so I assume you have something to say, but I'm going to read through the comments first. I'm seeing a lot of this as a screen at the main hospital. Those who are not palliative, even those who have limited visitors perhaps around, usually only one patient. So this must be affecting them, negatively impacting them. I just found out that my grandmother is in palliative care. I'm not sure what screen you're talking about, Michelle, because we're talking about restoration. Akila says, well, restorative care, again, expanding on Kendra's thing, improving quality of life, reduce the pain to make them feel better, reduce death anxiety by improving the quality of days they have left. Yeah, absolutely. The Kifa says if it supports the family and the patient and provides pain and symptom control, it also puts the goal, it's a patient first. Yeah, absolutely. Erica below shares, what does Erica say? I just finished an end-of-life care course and my teacher said to be admitted into hospice care, 2 doctors must verify that the patient will be passing within the next 5 months. Its main focus is to provide comfort and make the dying process as easy as possible for the patient and the family. Reassessments and comfort control are done regularly to ensure that as a symptom worsen, the pain doesn't as well. Thank you. This discussion was very helpful. I think that's from Teresa. And this refuses to scroll. Teresa, thanks everybody. Thank you, Teresa, for initiating this. This is great discussion. Love it. I'm going to close the chat window now, and I'm going back to the slideshow. And now we speak about the quest narrative. Now, I think we have a pretty good idea of the restitution or the restoration narrative. The restitution is the same as restoration, okay? So if I have an assignment question where the term differs from your textbook, don't be concerned. Restitution and restoration narrative, we're talking about the exact same thing. Okay, so in quest experiences, what happens is when old men talk about their retold stories, the aging man, what he does is he recognizes his impermanence, obviously. But quest stories are more an acknowledgement of the impermanence and meeting the impermanence head on. So there's an acceptance of illness. And there might be a choice to work despite the illness. The illness itself can be seen as the occasion of a journey that becomes a quest. Now, rather than only to talk about illness, it's a lot of older men will see later life as quests, and their narratives will talk about it as quest stories. So there's a quote from, we'll address this chat window comment shortly. So it is possible to understand old men negotiating later life as quest, right? So what is quested for may never be fully clear, but the quest is defined by the belief that something will be gained through the experience of aging. So quest stories, what they do is they recount our old men's restructuring of their time and purpose and the reorganizing of their lives in social worlds. And restructured identities, and they position it as a goal or goals that they are still seeking to accomplish as they get older. So with age, older men do develop diseases. Poor health is often correlated to older men's gendered identities. Does the erosion of health itself affect functional capability and undermine? So the author believes that most men embody later in late life opportunities to quest, and they continue their identities as men would in fields of aging masculinities. Their quest narrative or their quest masculinity form might end up looking like them building genealogies, building family trees through document searches, cemetery visits. Their quest idea thing might be finding fellow cancer survivor groups, or advocating for cancer, or raising money for a palliative care center, or becoming volunteer drivers for other older men undergoing chemo, or reading cookbooks with a magnifying glass and preparing one or two adventurous entrees a week. So these are examples of the quest narrative that they might use to describe their lives itself. Serious illness is often, even though it's experienced by the man physically, it is a couple experience for the aging men who are married or intimately partnered. Like the chronically ill men, old men routinely lean on their intimate others for their identity validation as husbands, lovers, brothers, fathers, whatever it is. These identities affirm their gendered identity and protect against the threats to self. So according to Sharma, preserving self means maintaining essential qualities, attributes, and identities of this past self that fundamentally shape the self-concept. So that's why ill people will relinquish some identities and retain others and try to preserve self. So we have a comment. I'm going to address that because it may be relevant to the current slide, and then we move on to the next one. Chloe Brown, palliative care facilities aim to support the patient and their changing need. They aim to reduce distressing symptoms and pain, but also work to affirm life and changes and support families in grief, which is often necessary due to avoidance of the topic of death. Thank you, Chloe. So we recognize that masculinities are diverse. We recognize that masculinities are defined by several factors: class, generation, sexuality, ethnicity, race, etc. So there are lots of studies in the United States about comparing and contrasting both white men's and black men's masculinity practices that might put their health at risk. If a similar study were to be done in Canada, Canada has many diverse ethnic groups, as does the US, but the studies are predominantly on the more dominant or larger groups. In Canada, it might be a comparison of aging white men versus aging Aboriginal men, or whatever it could be. So anyway, the basic argument is that masculinity practices that men employ to demonstrate manliness and gain masculine capital are the same ones that can undermine their health. And this is similar to what we spoke about, mental health challenges arising from sticking to a predetermined masculinity script. The author talks about two examples in the American context, and he says that the reasons are not fully understood. African American men, particularly if they live in poor communities, have one of the highest premature cardiovascular disease mortality rates in the US. So black men tend to die more of heart disease in the US. And it's not completely understood, but it is in poor black communities. A line of research has investigated that part of masculine competitiveness or even impetuousness causes this charged emotions and elevates blood pressure. A parallel line of research finds that racialized masculinity preferences considered unmanly increase the risk of morbidity and early death. So for example, going to the doctor, having yourself checked, having a colorectal screening, not walking for exercise, all of these practices, which are actually healthy practices because they don't fit the masculinity script, they could be a factor in the difference in the increased death due to cardiovascular disease in African American people. The supposition is that by quote unquote doing masculinity as prescribed in African American men's culture, these practices are actually causing ill health. But it's not absolutely clear. It's a supposition. Researchers don't directly measure racialized masculinity preferences and practices, so they're not actually evaluating each African American man's personal practice. This is seen more as a group. So that's why the interpretation is more or less considered speculative. So in 2010, Hammond, what they found that African American move towards preventative healthcare when they endorse more traditional masculine norms which prioritize pro-action and independence. So if African American men see masculinity differently, where there's more agency and maintenance, then their risk level decreases. So there is a medical mistrust which is rooted in expectations of racially biased treatment and not masculinity, which is why African American men routinely refuse regular checkups. The second reason that there is a health risk due to some forms of scripted masculinity is trivializing danger and trouble. Several middle-aged men and old men discount heart disease symptoms by just trivializing it by saying, well, they're exhausted, or it's just acidity or heartburn, not because they can't feel the discomfort, but they have spent a lifetime being stoic about their bodies, minimizing whatever troubling feeling they have and ignoring it, believing that ignoring it will make it go away. When my dad, who had his first heart attack at 29, while being in the military, he experienced chest pain and breathlessness. Guess what he did? He decided to do 4 sets of 20 push-ups. So he had probably started off on a heart attack, and he did himself no favors. He passed out. He was taken to the hospital. He didn't die, which is great. But that was at 29. But and that's a real example. But it's not uncommon to trivialize these troubles. A man is not likely to go to the doctor as readily as a woman is. This is a comment from an individual who had a bypass. You might get pain and say, well, I'm not going to bother going to a doctor. That's what a man is more inclined to do. He might stay until it's really bad. Look, I've got pain. There's something wrong here. So men are more likely to trivialize. And there are several studies. There's a longitudinal study in Wisconsin, and they look at men age 65 and older, and men who kept up a tough guy persona, macho persona, they were 50% less likely to use preventative healthcare services. Another man comments that it's completely moronic and it's caveman stuff, but that's to a certain extent how guys still operate. And this kind of tough it out macho mentality still exists amongst older men. Similar researchers are, another reason to avoid regular medical visits by old men is to not fix what isn't broken. So why go to the doctor if I'm not experiencing pain? So there's no preventative thinking, and there's a belief that the body will continue to mend itself if there's any problem. And it's really a masculine capital producing practice. When they review several heterosexual men in London, a study by Visser, Smith, and McDonnell, they titled their article, quote unquote, "That's Not Masculine," which is the title of the slide. So when they spoke to 18, 21-year-old young men, it basically referred, or it derives itself from traditional masculinity practices where toughness is greatly valued. So what the author says that young men might regard as that's not masculine can be seen quite differently by old men, especially when it comes to matter of health and if they've had a scare or two. The research evidence obviously to support that is doubtful, and we see the doubtfulness because we spoke about all the examples when old men don't like to see a doctor, they're not interested in preventive health, and so on. Young men typically, part of their masculinity practice seems to be to not seek medical assistance because being enduring, quote unquote enduring, is integral to being a man. Now, once a man's health becomes seriously compromised, then they reformulate their practice of being strong and wise, and they rescript their narratives. And typically this is seen in older men. The strong and silent practice starts to take a turn for being wise and strong. The other thing is hegemonic masculinities, which you spoke about sooner, the model of masculinity that positions some men in a greater position of power than others, and a little bit of a continuum. The leaning on, because there might be a lot of buy into hegemonic masculinity in certain cultures, and there might be a simplistic interpretation that glosses over lived experiences. Lots of older men, mature men, what they do when they practice their masculinity and what they say about what they do while practicing masculinities might be quite different. So we've all heard the term talking a good game. What that term means, talking a good game, is you present something which seems to fit what the listener or the audience really wants and likes. But what you do is completely different. And old men are not all that different. They present a certain masculinity, um, but while they do others. Um, so this helps them balance the moral dilemma of the masculinity code, where they shouldn't be shown as caring about it, and the lived experience which tells them that they better pay attention and go to the doctor. It's possible for men to continue to live the I don't care stereotype, especially if they're married and have family and they have other members, daughters, wives, and they're associated, who are associated with public health messages. So then they get the message that they should care and they can afford to pretend that they don't care, but they do things for their wife, for their daughters because they're concerned. So they actually talking a different masculinity than they're doing. When a bunch of British men were interviewed in 2002 by Chappell and Ziebland, more older than 60, most diagnosed with prostate cancer, they confirmed that it was not masculine to disclose private prostate troubles or to ask for help. So they preserved their masculine capital by complying with the stereotypical discourses saying men don't care, but at the same time, they got themselves in for treatment. So it seems to work well for several older men, and there are several examples from different parts of the world where your textbook author Thompson, he talks about how men say one thing but practice another. The exception seems to be that a study on Australian men 50 to 74 was that they found that they, at least in this study, all the interviews embraced the should care principle, and they emphasized the rationality to engage in preventative healthcare. And the reason they spoke about it as masculine is they adopted the wisdom models, expressing the use of wisdom as a valid masculinity practice itself. And that justified them still being men, but going to see the physician. Okay, we have a little more on this, but we have a comment, so we will do that. I think we will be on schedule to finish. Oh, where are we? That's why Melissa says that's why men often don't get diagnosed right away and their medical condition is further advanced, which in turn is more challenging to treat medically, which wouldn't have occurred if they hadn't ignored their symptoms and postponed going to the doctors. Women are more often the opposite and seek medical attention as soon as they feel something is wrong within their body, very self-aware. Melissa, thank you for the comment. What I can speak to my experience. It's I don't know that it's an absence of self-awareness. A lot of men are aware, but there's a lot of social conditioning to ignore the problem right from when you're young. Boys don't cry, things like that. It doesn't hurt. You're a guy, just shake it off. Whatever, all of these different cultural messages that we get, and a lot of them are similar across cultures, if not identical. Obviously, experience derived from bodily aging and age relations, they provide opportunities for men to critically reflect and modify their habitus. What experience does is it empowers men, because experience is learning, right? So experience empowers mature men to navigate through the cultural masculinities, change the script for themselves, and to engage in actions that are in opposition to what is traditional masculinity. And these they are consistent with aging masculinities, and you find that more older men are comfortable rewriting the script for themselves. It's also important to recognize that in the context of men's transformed habitus, most aging and old men have they have enough banked sufficient masculine capital that they can engage in practices that are divergent from the traditional masculinity script. So obviously there's a criticism about masculinities where the script says avoiding, advocates avoidance of seeking medical help. And there are several authors that talk about it being a Neanderthal perspective. Typically what happens is men that subscribe to traditional masculinity ideologies as being resilient and stoic are reluctant to seek help when it's until they have their first real scare, and then they start to actually step away from what they call the doctor-phobic Neanderthal man perspective and start to go and get help. For Scottish old men in their study, McVitie and Willocott, they find that identifying as a quote-unquote real man started to change once the men encountered their first challenge, and seeking help, they didn't see that as being weak anymore. So there are other examples of men starting to seek help after an episode, and there are also examples of, depending on the context and the masculinities that the men have adopted, on not seeking help for things quite serious as heart disease or even a heart attack. So we are at the end of the chapter, and we're summarizing this lecture. So the importance of listening to men's narratives is just to simply listen to the narratives, not necessarily to test hypotheses and conduct deductive research. The never-aging masculinity model theorizes that old men's practices will tend to shun things that they think is quote-unquote girl stuff or sissy stuff, such as seeking medical help or worrying about your weight and trying to lose weight. But the data within mature and old men's narrative also reveal that the men let go of these irresponsible cultural directives, and they start taking responsibility for their health, mostly through personal experience, but also sometimes because of experience to near and dear similar males to themselves who have undergone some sort of traumatic event. The other thing that keeps getting reinforced is never-aging masculinity. The script is absolutely ageist. First of all, it doesn't account for changing masculinities. And it is ageist because it doesn't fit the narrative of an older man. And by tethering older men to itself, it's extremely damaging. In general, there's sufficient evidence. With the third age is, we were thinking of people above 60 and under 75 mostly. Well, it's not chronological, but it fits with people having enough health to go pursue different things and having enough time and capital whenever possible, or having enough health to continue to work till some kind of chronic illness takes over. So those are your third age cultures, and there can be many of those. Third age culture it supports men's embodiment of different aging masculinities in a postmodern perspective where we live in a postmodern world. There is considerable room for men to continuously tweak their masculinities to accommodate their own changing habitus, without necessarily the masculinity itself being threatened. I have a couple of comments. We're going to finish. Just have one more thing, and then we can address that. What is intriguing is that most old men, when they talk about themselves, they present narratives to even about their changed health. They still reflect on their intention to maintain their quote unquote manly identities, which depending on the old man will change. This does not mean necessarily that the old man's stories are going to line up with the standards of never aging masculinities and to ignore their medical and health needs. In fact, a lot of these stories will contest ageist discourses that talk about manhood with physical strength and loss of manhood with health decline. They continuously wrestle with health in late life, and they continuously wrestle with aging itself to be defined as successful or unsuccessful. And old men will embody age and health appropriate strategies to maintain their masculinity as much as possible. Okay, so that's pretty much it. I'm going to go to the comments, the chat window for a second. That's the 6th lecture done. We will go to lecture 7 next. It's 11:30. 45. Yeah, I think we should be okay. Okay. Turn this off. Let's go to comments in the chat window. First question. Or comment. Men think that if they complain, they're not seen as what a man should be. Yes, Joan, that's especially if you stick with the traditional masculinity script. Are you saying that all 3 narrative types, restoration, chaos, and quest, are ageist? No, Kendra, that's not what I'm saying. What is ageist is the never aging masculinity narrative. The traditional masculinity narratives, so the restoration, chaos, and quest narratives are narratives that come out of the older adults whose stories, their own biographical stories. The narrative, when we talk about masculinity narratives, that is a social scripted narrative. So when I'm saying that that is ageist, yes, it is, because we're talking primarily in the context of never aging masculinities, which have certain rules of what a man should do, like not appear weak, not seek medical help, not complain when it hurts, which is a script that is part of the never ending. Okay. Self-aware was the wrong term. I'm speaking from the female point of view. And why do I feel? Yeah. So, yes, Melissa, I understood. Thank you. So Melissa is clarifying. Yeah, it's it's acting upon that awareness. In a sense, while society has been patriarchal for a very long time, diminishing what women and girls can and cannot do, the one very small positive is that it is absolutely acceptable and normal for women to comment about how they feel and how it, quote unquote, how it hurts, which has been beneficial from a care perspective. So yes, that is true. Sorry, Kendra, was I clear that we're not talking about restoration, chaos, and quest? We're not talking about them being ageist. The ageist is the traditional masculinity scripts. These are in the context of old men's narrations themselves. When you talk to them about, can they themselves be ageist? No, not necessarily. Kendra, go ahead, please.
Yes, you answered the question, so that's great. I'm just wondering, in this last lecture, you outlined the similarities between aging and chronic conditions, but unless I missed it, I didn't really hear you talk about if there's any differences in those two.
No, I didn't talk about any difference. We were talking about basically the recognizing the ever-present change, and that was the context of that conversation. So when you have a chronic condition like arthritis, which causes you pain, it's ever-present, and you're aware of your impermanent self, right? So that has a parallel with getting older and age-related stuff. It makes your body ever present, and I think the argument was in that context.
Okay, great, thanks.
No problem. Okay, so 2 seconds while I load up the next presentation. We have about 45 minutes. Today, as we said, we will meet back up at 3, not 3, oh, sorry, I'm going to have to pull that up so we are absolutely clear on when we're meeting back up. Okay, so 1:30, so we'll meet at 3 p.m. That's when we'll meet today. So we'll have sufficient time to finish up. I don't think we'll finish health inequalities in the 45 minutes we have now. Do our best. I'll try to speak fast, but I don't see that happening. Okay. So we had a wonderful little online chat discussion, defining health. Obviously, several thinkers, several writers have different definitions. From Wilson, Shui, and Elder, health is a form of life course capital that individuals preserve or deplete at varying rates of time. The health of individuals across positions of advantage and disadvantage confronts forces of senescence and mortality over time. Fredrickson and Goldson say, Fredrickson, Goldson et al. Say, tailored interventions are needed to address the health disparities and unique health needs of LGB older adults. So the focus of this chapter, chapter 6, health inequalities, is that life expectancies and health spans have changed over time. So life expectancy is determined typically at birth. In Canada, I believe the life expectancy for women at birth, as of if a girl were to be born today, it's closer to 85 years, and men is a little above. Boys, it would be a little above 80 as of today. Life expectancy at birth has continued to increase in developed nations. This is because public health improvement has reduced mortality caused by infections and hunger. And there's a lot of preventative health services and medical care. So there's an overall reduction in mortality, particularly in heart disease, which is the leading cause of men's deaths in the US, UK, and most European countries. Close second is cancer. So unlike their grandfathers, the older men these days, live a good 25 years or longer. And this is very interesting. I've mentioned this a couple of times, so but I haven't mentioned this particular example. My paternal grandfather died at the age of 52 in 1971. In 1971, the life expectancy for males in India was about 55 years. So it wasn't a very big deal that he died at 52. It was still shocking to the family. It was very distressing, but he lived the same length of time that most average men did at that time. My father didn't necessarily understand that life expectancy has increased. So once he turned 52 and retired from the military, he said, well, I'm probably going to die anytime now. And he didn't understand that life expectancy had changed. He's 75, so he's a good almost 25 years older. So it fits with what the author says. Life expectancies have changed, at least from 2 generations, if not 1. On average, chronic conditions, disabling illnesses occur later in life now, whether it's atherosclerosis, which is your thickening of arteries, or whether your prostatitis pain, that's because of your prostate, or if an aneurysm bursts, or if there's a heart attack, whatever it is. Everything is much later in life. Majority of older men these days will be healthy enough to enjoy later life, long before they actually face loss of bodily autonomy. So what this chapter focuses on is the socioeconomics, depression, suicide. It looks beyond the average numbers and into the inequalities of health status. So there are several socioeconomic factors that impact aging, and health conditions. And what the author wants to do is he wants to bring forward examples from 19th century England, 21st century coal miners in the Appalachians in the east coast of the US. And he talks about health inequities, which independently intersect with the masculinities of their cultural practice. So he talks about the Hispanic paradox. We'll talk about it, and then he talks about the John Henrys, and we'll talk about that too within African cultures. So we'll talk about all of these different examples. So while it is a cliche that men live shorter lives than women, it is argued that they live healthier lives. And if any of you has taken a course that we teach called The Aging Body, there are different models to try to explain why women live longer than men. So I won't go into much details there, but if that's a discussion someone is interested in and we have time, we can get into it. So it's widely documented that men live shorter lives but generally in a better quality of health than women. It's called the gendered health survival paradox. This is because men, while they live with fewer comorbidities or fewer diseases at the same time and lower rates of disability than what women experience, particularly for women of color. In Japan and Singapore, which has both of them have some of the longest life expectancies in the world, there's a difference of nearly 7 years between women's and men's life expectancy. So women life expectancy is around 87 and men is around 80. Japan was the first developed nation where men on average lived to at least 80 years old. The US is far behind. The US, I think it's still in the 70s, and the UK doesn't do quite as well either. Canada is also around that 80 mark, closer to Japan. In the UK and the US, recent estimates project lifespan gender gap is about 5 years. So, for example, in the US, women are expected to live to 81 and men to 76. When you start to compare people already age 65 or older in the UK and US, the gap of life expectancy comes to within a 2-year window. And 65-year-old men are typically expected to live up to 83 years age. If you made it to 65, you're likely to make it to 83. These projections are based on average statistics. It also means that with time, if a bunch of men reach 65 years old, they're very likely to get to their 90th birthday. And this is all statistically determined. There's no real formula or test to say how someone will live that long. This is after the fact data. Several scholars have theorized that gendered health survival paradox, it arises from men's health practices and preferences. So a lot of it sustains the values within hegemonic masculinity ideals, and it puts men's health at risk. This is particularly visible in the context of depression studies. Men who align themselves with traditional masculinity scripts, they are more likely to experience depression and less likely to seek clinical help or support from peers. Still, the author says that we don't have very strong explanation for the health survival paradox. Hierarchical systems of gender inequality, what happens is they disadvantage the health and life chances for some men. Some other groups of men are systematically disadvantaged. On average, statistics is an awful term I absolutely hate, because on average tells you very, very little. When they say on average something happens, well, really don't understand what's going on as a big picture. On average statistics, what they do is they disguise these health inequalities, and they don't speak to how some men are brutally disadvantaged. Not all men within a country have the same risk of mortality or similar quality of life in their late years, because there are life chance disparities across populations within countries. So for example, in Japan, there's virtually no ethnic diversity, very little economic inequality compared to the US or to European countries. And there's a lot more cultural equality and inclusion amongst the population itself. So there's very little evidence of life expectancy differences or notable health disparities amongst Japanese men from different classes or from different geographies. So it doesn't matter where you are from Japan, whether you're from Okinawa, whether you're from Honshu, Hokkaido, Kyushu, it doesn't matter. Your life expectancy is about the same. The story is very different in the UK and the US. There's lots of ethnic class differences, and the length of men's life and span, their health status is quite different depending on where you're from. One example of ethnic disparities, the premature death rate from coronary heart disease is 46% higher in the UK amongst South Asian men compared with indigenous whites. So the chances, if you're an Indian, Pakistani, Bangladeshi, or Sri Lankan, of dying of a heart attack is almost 50% higher than if you're a white person. In a different example, in the US, African American men are at much greater risk for suffering prostate cancer, which is their most commonly diagnosed cancer, and it's a deadly form of prostate cancer that they develop. Two participants have raised their hand, probably relevant to this comment. So I'm just going to finish talking about this comment, and we will get you to comment. Life expectancy in the UK for newborn baby boys was lowest in Blackpool, which is one of the poorest communities in England, and in Glasgow in Scotland. So economics, socioeconomic status has a lot to do with life expectancy. Life expectancy for baby boys in West London boroughs of Kensington and Chelsea was almost 10 years more. So that's why it's a criticism of using averages. That's what this whole discussion is about, which it doesn't account for ethnic and class disparities. So both ethnicity and class have a big role in determining life expectancy. I'm just going to pause for a second. We will address the students who had their hands raised. All right, let's go to participants. Brian, did you want to speak to your comment?
I just have like a few things to add, maybe even ask a question. So the first thing I want to ask is, in terms of masculinities and health risk, that let's just imagine if there was a world where health is dictated women, and women kind of like control the health guidelines and health lifestyles, do you think men would live longer?
They certainly have in New Zealand.
So it's proven.
Yeah, look at what happened when coronavirus happened. They have a female prime minister. She stopped all international flights, enabled contact tracing immediately, and a lot of men are alive because of her. Do you think that's affected the men's lived statistics there?
Yeah, definitely. I just wanted your opinion on that matter.
Well, there's a lived example. There's an experiment which has occurred. It's called a natural experiment, which no one intended, right? And it's
Right.
actually occurred. Obviously, one woman, one female leader making policies doesn't reflect all female leaders making policies. But with the general tendency of women being more health conscious and health aware, so your question is, if women were to take hold of policy, would it change? Is that your question? Can
Yes,
you?
that's my question. If women had control over the policies, the health policies, would it make a big difference? Would it make a major impact on men's health?
I'm not sure if it's it. That's a complex question, and I think it's about the narrative too, right? It's the policy is dictated by a narrative, which is dictated by the population, which is dictated by power in the population, right?
Right,
So
right.
I know I'm presenting it very linearly, but for lack of uh, better example, if we were to follow a linear trajectory, women have significantly more power now than they did in the past, but are they in a position to consistently control narrative? I don't know. I don't see that as unequivocally being women or policies incorporating the feminist perspective for health. Because if that were the case, policies would change. The cultural narrative of what it means to be a man has to change. I think that has to occur first for better health consequences for men. That's what I think.
Right. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, so in terms of ethnic class disparities, you spoke about how white men suffer from health, cardiovascular diseases, suffer less from heart attacks compared to Asian men, people of
Correct.
Asian descent. So my, well, what I understand from it is, wouldn't nutrition play a big role on that? Because the way I see it, a lot of the South Asian, East Indian, Asian cuisines involve using lots of oil and greasy foods, right? Oily foods. Would you say it's nutrition that's kind of like affecting the health, the men's health in terms of ethnicity? You couldn't say it's just because they're just because they're black, brown, or white. That's why there's a difference in their health, right? Because of nutrition, right?
That's a great question. It's multifactorial. Nutrition has a big role to play. South Asians, particularly Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and Sri Lankans, eat a lot of rice, a lot of carbohydrate. They put their bodies often through a process called insulin abuse. So by the time you are 40, you have eaten so much rice, you have spiked and dropped your insulin so much times that they're simply your insulin receptors for all your cells. They've just overcompensated, and your body doesn't even respond to insulin anymore. So they develop type 2 diabetes. The problem with developing type 2 diabetes is there's lots of glucose in the bloodstream, which isn't getting absorbed. The problem with having too much glucose in the bloodstream is glucose is oxidative in its nature. And what I mean by that is it can go ahead and modify cell surface proteins, and it can cause a lot of different changes in our blood vessels. And it can cause inflammation. And what does inflammation do? It puts you at risk for heart attacks. So that's the linear logic as to why the nutritional linear logic as to why South Asians tend to have a lot of heart attacks more than other people. So there's the insulin abuse theory. There's another thing that culturally South Asians are not physically very active either, even though there are some sports that South Asians play. For the most part, the focus, the emphasis is on getting high quality education, because that typically tends to be the pathway out of poverty. So
Right.
there's a cultural thing, there's a nutrition thing. It's multifactorial. Diet is
Right.
important, so I do not diminish that for a second.
Got you. Thank you, Professor, for that.
No problem, no problem. Joan, you're up next.
Yeah, sorry. What I was thinking, I just made my little jot note here. It said what need to change is the concept of how men especially older men, sees things. Like if basically if a woman was given more power to dominate the field and have their say, things would have been better. But because, this is me, because they think that they are the ones that dominate everything, so whatever they say is what it is, then the input of the woman is not really accepted. And because of that, it throws off so many things like diet, the culture, the lifestyle, and all this kind of stuff that happens with these older men.
Right. So it's very. Thank you for your comment, Joan. I just think it's such a complex thing, because it brings me back to Brian's question: if what if women controlled policy, would that change things? You know, we can make all the policy we want. We can have even if we removed every man from any decision-making body. The problem is the narrative and the internalized narrative of what masculinity means. And that is the problem. So it is changing. The hardcore macho masculinity is being replaced in a lot of cultures. Okay, so that's changing. There's a more accommodating view of masculinity, and whether we acknowledge it or not, a lot of it is being shaped because of the rise and strengthening of feminism. And that's been the strengthening of feminism is actually saving men's lives, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that perspective and how masculinity needs to be tweaked, modified, so that you can still be a man, but you can still take care of yourself and do preventative things that are positive and good for you. And that's how the script needs to change. And it goes beyond just empowering women to take control and take charge. That's part of the solution. But the other part of the solution is how we talk about men's health, how we script it, how we make it part of their everyday consciousness, so that it almost becomes it should become a part of masculinity to self-care.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that gives the rise to all of this is the way how we were, as society, had portrayed masculinity in men as being the macho person, as being the one that everybody looks up to. And then basically we now as a society has degrade what the woman says and then makes it feel as if they are so much empowered. Now the narratives need to shift from the top to the bottom in order for all of this to change. It doesn't make sense shifting it at the bottom, because still they're not going to accept it. They don't want to accept what the women say or what the body is really speaking out and saying. So that's one of the things that I think need to be changed.
Yeah, and a lot of this change, even the change in the strengthening of feminism, the change of women's roles in society, it's not occurred overnight. It's taken time to sink in, to spread, to become part of our consciousness, to become a part of society. So it will, I mean, as much as it would be wonderful if we could flip a switch and change how masculinity is defined, interpreted, internalized by men, reality is it will probably take time to change this massive social script that we have out there. So we have a class like this on masculinity, and we talk about how the current masculinity script is toxic. Maybe the 22 of you will talk to men that you know and point out that what you're doing to yourself is you're following a written script which will kill you. So don't do it. So we start small, and it grows. And the hope is that over time, we don't know how much time it will be, we can start to change consciousness. And when we change our consciousness as a society, as a culture, then we start to see redefined masculinities, which are which are very comfortable with a very strong feminist society, where one thought is not more powerful than the other, and thoughts are discussed in the collection, in the basket of ideas and thoughts.
But do you think that all of these narratives and scripts and books that were written and to portray this way, when the change come around, they would accept and said, okay, you know what, we had gone the wrong way, so now let's change it over? Do you think they would take that, or they're going to still hold fast to their idea that we were right, this is what masculinity is?
Let's look at different social problems that have happened over the centuries. Okay, if you look at stories written in the 1700s, 1800s, even early 1900s, the stories portray men as protagonists, women being in a subservient role with limited roles, limited power, limited everything. Right? The more modern stories and textbooks are different. Okay, they recognize the rise and power of women. Okay, the script has changed. It's not that the old stories are rejected. The old stories exist. They haven't disappeared. Those books haven't been burnt down. But there's a constant recognition that those differences were time bound. For example, if you read some of the older books like what's that? Charles Dickens books, they refer to Black people with a derogatory term, right? They use the N-word. But in any recent book, you will not see a disparaging term for people of color, right? So things change, narratives change. It doesn't mean you're going to go and burn Charles Dickens' books or Huckleberry Finn's book, those books, Mark Twain's book. Those don't get destroyed, but it's understood that they're contextualized in that period, and they fit certain ideologies of that time. So everything that we know today about masculinity, as it starts to change and evolve, all these will become historical artifacts.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's how I think about it, and I hope. All right, well, so we spoke about ethnic class disparities. So, I mean, there's so the example talking about the reason in differences in health for ethnic, Brian raised the point that for at least Asian people of South Asian origin, which the countries that I mentioned, they have a greater incidence of heart disease. It could be nutritional. Yes, it could be nutritional and cultural as far as I'm concerned. But the point is it makes a difference being from a certain ethnic class. Diabetes is also very prevalent amongst East Indians, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, also amongst First Nations people. And again, it's diet, it's cultural. And then, of course, there's the argument about being born in a different part of UK, having different life expectancy. It's long been posited that material living conditions will affect health consequences. A course that I teach, it's called Social Determinants of Health. I often teach it as a special topics course. I absolutely adore that course because one of the first chapters in that course, it talks about the materialist perspective. So there's so much data showing that if you have more money and more resources, you're likely to live longer and have a longer health span consistently. It's called the materialist perspective as well. So in your textbook, they talk about an example from 1845. A philosopher called Engels speaks about the condition of working class in England. And he speaks about the injurious effect of the working classes, dreadful dwellings, terrible air quality in the Manchester factory town neighborhoods, and their regular exposure to raw sewage, poor quality food, medical conditions, and so on. And it's you know, Michael Hendricks and colleagues talks about the U.S. situation where they talk about the Appalachian coal miners, where they consistently have lung diseases and cancers and so on. So material conditions make a big difference to diseases and how they develop over the lifespan. So we all understand what liberal government means. Typically, a liberal government in any country. All countries have a liberal form of governance and a more conservative form of governance. Typically, liberals tend to be, in most countries, liberals tend to be socially liberal. Their objective is to emancipate people from different social burdens which are written by social scripts, and they don't mind spending money freely to enable people to go and get the maximum out of their human condition. And conservative governments are quite opposite. They are very liberal when it comes to making money and the taxes and all of that, but they have very strict guidelines on how much they will spend and help people in their societies. The neoliberal is, it's a very American term, but the neoliberal is supposedly a re-evolution of liberal policy. But so the neoliberal emphasis, typically what it does is actually it's not really liberal. It's just labeled that way. There's a lot more emphasis on agency, which is the role of individuals to take care of their own health. So the majority of men, typically they acknowledge the particularities of class, ethnicity, and race and other social factors which affect their health and longevity within a generation. The neoliberal issue is that there is a focus on placing the responsibility of health and health issues on the individuals themselves. So it's a case of victim blaming. You know, if you as a physician are asking a very poor person to buy healthy fresh vegetables to consume to improve their health, that's while that might be good advice in some context, to a very poor person who lives using the soup kitchen and barely has food to feed themselves using their own income, that's insult to injury, because not only can they not do what the physician is saying, they're already suffering the onslaught of having to depend on other resources for average or low quality food. So it's very well documented that the socioeconomic gradient. A socioeconomic gradient means that in socioeconomic status, there are people with very low socioeconomic status at the bottom of a tower, so to speak, and there are people at the top with a very good socioeconomic status. And between the bottom and the top, it's a scale of decreasing socioeconomic status. And that whole scale is called a gradient because it goes from bottom to top. So in health, interestingly, the quality of overall health and the health span actually fits very nicely with the socioeconomic gradient. So the wealthier and more resourced you are, you're likely to have better quality of health. There is an exception to this. Also, the other comment I wanted to make is with the socioeconomic grade, how masculinity is interpreted and practiced. Also, there's a considerable variation with people. If you look at halfway across the socioeconomic gradient and below, they are more rigidly bound to traditional, quote unquote, traditional masculinity, and people above that half tend to start to interpret their masculinities with a little more freedom. Now, typically with health and the variation in masculinity practices being tied to socioeconomic gradient, there is something called a Hispanic paradox. And in the US, the largest ethnic group now is not African Americans, it's Latinos and Hispanic individuals. They're the largest ethnic group. Now, ethnic doesn't necessarily refer to the color dynamics, because you can be Hispanic, but you can be black, brown, or white. We're referring to the Hispanic group per se, that is culturally Latin American. Okay, so Hispanic groups tend to generally be economically disadvantaged in the US, but their experience of chronic illness and disability is actually much better than white people. Their life expectancy is 79.2 years. White men is only 76.5, so it's a good 2.5, 3 years more than white men. When we compare other men of color, not Hispanics, with similar social disadvantages and poverty rates, for example, if we compare blacks or if we compare, so there is even greater disparity. So the Latino Hispanic men tend to do very, very well. Baby Hispanic Latino boys have at birth, they have at least a 7-year longer lifespan than African American baby boys. And when by the time they reach 65, they continue to have that advantage. They have a 3-year more even when they're older. At birth, it's the greatest gap. So some researchers have started to ask the question as to why whether every Hispanic group enjoys this mortality advantage. The rationale is that the advantage is more concentrated amongst recent Mexican American immigrants. And that makes sense. So most countries that have immigrants, Canada has a lot of immigrants, we have a strong immigration policy. What happens is that part of it is explained by the healthy immigrant phenomenon, which means when Canada gets its immigrants from any country over the world, they're put through a rigorous health testing system. And if you don't pass the health testing system, you don't get your permanent residence in Canada. If you're seen as a potential burden to the Canadian health system, your permanent residency and your ability to immigrate is lost. A colleague, well, I wouldn't say colleague, a peer of mine who I don't personally know was denied immigration to Canada because they have a son who has autism and they figured that the child would be a burden on the system. So it was denied, even though both father and mother were PhDs and professors and they had both received employment offers from a Canadian university. So part of it is when you're pre-screening for very, very healthy individuals coming into a country, the chances that they live longer is actually pretty good. So it doesn't seem all that surprising that Mexican American immigrants live longer, even when they have perhaps disadvantaged economic profiles in the beginning. So when they started to look at this a little bit further, they found a secondary explanation too. It seems that both African Americans and Mexicans face disadvantages of racism and low socioeconomic status when they enter the United States. Well, African Americans live there, Mexican Americans who have come over, they experience similar things. But working class and poor Mexicans and Mexican American, what they found that they do is they embed themselves in their ethnic communities. They often share living costs. They maintain their identities as honorable family men. And they don't worry about the stereotype machismo masculinity values. They endorse and perform what they call caballerismo, which is gentlemanliness masculinity. So they found an alternate way to be masculine, which is associated with social responsibility and family protection and family problem solving. So perhaps it's theorized that a family-centered approach, family-centered masculinity is actually protective and provides social advantages to these low-income Mexican men who end up living a lot longer. Does anybody know what John Henryism is? Or the background of John Henry? Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't see any hands raised, so I'll just, Melissa, go ahead.
I'm not exactly sure what it exactly, but isn't it something to do with when someone has like a lot of exposure to stresses in their life, like coping and stuff?
Um, I'll- uh, no one, but I'll explain it to you. There's a story. John Henry was this African American man, like physically very able. So when they were building railroads in the U.S., what they used to do is the railroad ties had to be hammered in by hand for the longest time while the railroads were built in the U.S. So you needed these big, strong, burly men to come and hammer those big stakes into the ground so you could secure the rails. John Henry was one of these men. Some point when John Henry was probably in his late 30s, early 40s, the steam-powered jackhammer was discovered, or somebody invented the jackhammer. All of a sudden, the railways realized that, you know what, we have this awesome tool, and then we have to pay far fewer people because this machine can go ahead and pound in those massive stakes, and we don't need people. So this meant a potential loss of livelihood for a whole bunch of people who worked physically, and one of them obviously was John Henry. So John Henry, in order to prove that man was still superior to machine, he took up a challenge where he and a jackhammer contested in pounding stakes to secure a railroad. John Henry won the contest due to his rigorous effort, but he died soon after the fact due to overexertion. Okay, so John Henryism is the notion that we're going to be tough and strong and strive against overwhelming odds. That's what John Henryism means. Okay, I was just curious if anybody had heard the story of John Henry. So in masculinity practices of old men, it's lots of John Henryism is the term is kind of racist because John Henry was a black man, and they're talking about old African men who are trying to strive against overwhelming odds. I'm sure they could have taken a different term because it is still a form of very traditional masculinity. Yes, it's in the African American context. But anyway, so that's what the author is referring to when he's talking about John Henryism. So what happens is research is showing that some form of John Henryism, it's a predisposition amongst older African men to strive against overwhelming odds. It increases their feelings of self-efficacy and reduces feelings of disempowerment, particularly among the men who have some other capital to buffer their social marginality. Subramaniam and colleagues found that African Americans with sufficient income when they were comfortable, the phenomenon of being strong and empowered, a strong predisposition, it was actually helpful to better health. So stoic masculinity is at times, even though it's bad overall, it can be beneficial to old men's health. It's only at times, so remember that. And we cannot assume that it's all men within any racial category engage in similar masculinity practices. So it's not all old black men are not practicing John Henryism. That's incorrect to assume that. Very little research has investigated the conditions in which men's ethnic habitus are what the author calls John Henryism as an ethnic resistance to social and economic adversity, whether it's beneficial or not. There's not enough evidence there. So I know we're at 12:18 and lunch was supposed to be at 12:15. We will stop after this point and then we will adjourn. We will meet again at 3 p.m. I'll just make this last point and then you guys are free to go. It has been argued that physiological ill health, typically it's a result of men complying with existing masculinity norms and contending with norms that require them to be stoic and suppress emotions. These increase the risk of heart disease. That's why African men's higher rate of heart disease compared to Mexican Americans in that situation has to be partly explained by their styles of coping. and the use of what is cool masculinities, as a way of surviving in a restrictive society. One African American man, he's quoted as saying, "A lot of times you were denied opportunity, so sometimes that takes away from your manhood. It becomes a matter of struggle for survival, and as a man, you know what you have to do. It's not fair. You just discover manhood in a different manner." So it seems probable that the ethnic habitus of perseverance among old African men significantly contributes. They have lesser risk of clinical depression and lesser risk of suicide than white, Asian, or Latino men, but they have a greater risk of heart attack. Okay. Okay, we'll talk about depression and suicide after the film. We are meeting at 3 o'clock, but right now I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to stop my slide share. I'm going to take questions if you have any questions, comments. And finally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you guys about the breakout rooms. So I'll take quick questions, couple of questions. Melissa, you have a question?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to have my hand up.
Okay, nobody has questions in that case. Okay, that's great. Then I'll ask you guys a question. Breakout rooms. Do you guys want me to set up the breakout rooms now? Is that something you would find useful? You can just use the yes or no icon at the bottom to let me know. Because if you aren't going to use the breakout room simply because you're going to have lunch and then view the film, then I won't set them up. Brian says no. If a bunch of no's. No. We have 5 no's, 6 no's, 7. If the number of no's crosses 50%, then I'm not going to bother setting up the breakout rooms right now. We have a bunch of no responses as well. So I think we are over 50%. Okay, wonderful. So we'll just meet at 3 o'clock. My group is pretty set. I think tomorrow a breakout room will be needed, but for today, I think we're okay. Okay, great. Thank you for answering no for the breakout room. Does anybody want a breakout room to meet with their colleagues? So we can forget about the no's for now. Let's see how many, if we get any yeses. Otherwise, I will not set them up. It's just that if you're not going to use them and you're going to be busy with the activities we have at hand, then there's no point in doing it. Okay, Jenna, thank you for your comment. Your group is pretty set, but tomorrow breakout room will be needed. For today, we're okay. All right, great. We'll adjourn now, and we will see you all at 3 p.m. Enjoy the film. I love the film. I've forgotten what it's about, but I'll see it again. And it'll give us an opportunity to talk about a lot of things that we have discussed between yesterday and today. All right, welcome back. We are at 3 p.m., so I will not wait at this point. Hope everybody had a chance to see the film. I thoroughly enjoy it. I've seen the film many times, and it's very well done, and there's a lot to view. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa has applauded the choice of film, so thank you for that positive feedback. Michelle has a check mark next to hers. She saw the film. Okay, so thank you, Michelle. That's excellent. Anais is coming in. Kendra says she saw it as well. I think that's. I think we are a full class now. So that's good. Henry Wen says he saw the film as well. Okay, so I hope you were, as you were enjoying the film, which absolutely beautiful film, you were taking some notes as well, and you know, perhaps we can start to make connections with what we've learned from this morning on. Thank you, Jenna, for saying you watched the film. Same thing with Susanette and Teresa Tree. So in the beginning of the film, and we will keep our discussion limited to about 3:20, 3:25, because we still have some of the lecture component to finish for today. So we'll have as rich as discussions as possible till about 3:25-ish, and then I'm going to end it, unfortunately, because that's all we'll have time for. So in the earlier, as the film's building up and the two men are at the hospital, Morgan Freeman, he has a list. He's making this list, and Jack Nicholson asks him, "Well, what are you scribbling?" And he, there's a list, and he talks about the bucket list, and then they talk about wishes and stuff. And Morgan Freeman says, "Well, I used to wish for A, B, and C, but those were young man wishes." So what does that tell you with his attachment to his masculinity?
That what he, to me, what was on the list and the stuff that he had hoped for, it's because he has passed certain age, then he won't be able to get it done again.
So, okay, but can you connect it with terms that we may have learned through this course?
Okay, basically it's how men see their masculinity, the things that they want to achieve when they're young versus when they're old, they just said whatever.
Right. So he's not buying into the never-aging masculinity, right? So he's writing a different set of goals than what he would have when he was younger. So he's not necessarily buying in. Akifa, you have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe the bucket list was a way of controlling their life and how it ends, like
controlling the end of
the end of life.
Okay. So that, all right. What do you think about Jack Nicholson's comment when he talks about he writes his bucket list. Morgan Freeman's writing his bucket list. He looks at that and he thinks he doesn't have a great opinion of that list, and he says, "Don't you want to go out with balls, guns blazing, and things like that?" So, what is Jack Nicholson's connection with his masculinity? How do you think he identifies? Anybody? Go ahead, Brian.
It was a very interesting character Jack Nicholson played, because I felt that he embodied the never-aging masculinity.
Yes.
With his ways, because if you look at it, he's always got like the company of women, and in his day-to-day activities, he doesn't show, or he doesn't exhibit, an old man masculinity. It's like he's old in body, but in mind and soul, he's embodying his young masculinity, and he has never aged from that point on. And in terms of negotiating age-related health, I remember seeing the scene where doctors are trying to help him onto the bed, and he's like, no, I got this. Like, it just goes to show that even as he's like old, he does not want to accept it. Like, he wants to be he agency, and he wants to show it, but he's kind of like failing at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So he has difficulty accepting the change that's occurring. Nice comment, good comment, relevant. Chloe?
I was going to say similar to what Brian was saying. A key role a key scene for me was when the doctor advised him about his diagnosis. And I think both the doctor and Carter tried to speak to him, and he kind of rolled over and shut down. It was just an indication that he needs to be perceived as this masculine type, strong character and not allowed to show weakness, I guess.
Right. Yep. Yeah. So his attachment, he buys into a script of masculinity, which is very traditionally associated with younger men, right? Melissa, I see your hand raised. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that Edward in the movie, or Jack Nicholson, I feel like he feels as though he has to uphold to the traditional male roles that society expected of males, and kind of be willing to take you can see it really in the film that he wants to be willing to take those risks. And like in our book, it says like give him hell, and what he said, I forget what you said, it's like guns blazing or something like that. And
right.
He chooses to like go skydiving and do those big gestures that, you know, not everyone needs to do, but he feels like he needs to do those. He wants to take those risks and go all or nothing.
Right, and it fits in with the one of the traditional models of masculinity. I mean, obviously there's several models of masculinities, but it fits in with what we see as a very macho masculinity, and he likes that role. Now, what I also found interesting is it's not that Morgan Freeman, he also displays a masculinity role, the stoic Black American, the stoic African American masculinity, where there's very little complaining, and the perception of how chemo is going to be. So, the way Morgan Freeman describes it, it's going to be like a day on the beach or whatever it is, instead of telling Jack Nicholson how it actually is going to be, right? Akifa, go ahead. Akifa.
I had like a question though, like,
Yeah, please.
I don't know if it was like an actual portrayal of end of life though, because they were still able to do all of these things, and I know it might not be the case for everyone, but going through chemo, doesn't it like take out a lot from a person? They don't have that energy to be going about doing all of these activities. So I don't know if it was an actual portrayal of how. Like, it's nice. I really enjoyed watching the film, but I'm like, I don't know how real or how actual.
Okay. So I'll just respond to that very quickly. I've had 2 family members go through chemo, and both their experiences were quite different. Neither of them survived. They're not cancer survivors. One was a younger person in their 20s, and during the rounds of chemo, they would be absolutely devastated. The cell counts would be down, their hair would fall off, and they would be in very low energy. Like, it would be awful.
Mm-hmm.
They went through multiple rounds, but in several weeks after chemo, they actually felt pretty good to be able to do a lot of things. Whether they would have been able to do skydiving, I don't know, but they were good enough to do. They weren't playing very physical sports while they were off chemo, but they were able to still go out for walks. They were able to go kayaking, and low to moderate intense activities they were able to pursue. So I don't know. Obviously, this is a fictitious story, so I'm not going to say that this is real or not real. But the other person was, they were not in good shape. So even after the intermittent periods, they would continue to have low energy, and they would be very sedentary. Anyway, so that was my observation, but that's a case of 2, so it doesn't really mean anything. So I don't know how accurate or not it is. I don't know whether it was Melissa next. I think Nicholas may have been next. Nicholas, did you have a comment or?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment in the beginning of the movie. I thought it was interesting how he was kind of like the head of the hospital company or whatever, and he was saying how he had 2 beds to a room, no exceptions, and then he ended up sharing a room with another man, and he said he was complaining about having to share a room, and he wanted his own room and stuff. I just thought that was interesting how he was complaining about it when he was in it, but then when he was like kind of like in the office or whatever, not experiencing it, he's like priding himself on that. He also, I remember him saying like, I've never been sick before, after complaining it, and that was right after complaining about the beds having to share a room. I just like, I think that's kind of almost related to like him never being sick before. Like when I heard that, I thought about what we talked about today, like men having like fewer illnesses but not living as long.
Are you trying to make the connection of his developed empathy with a change in his masculinity ideals because of his own personal experience? Is that the connection you're trying to make, Nicholas?
Yeah, that's pretty much. I also just like I kind of thought about like what we talked about today when we sang, or like that paradox. What was it?
The healthy men live healthy but short, and women live longer but with more comorbidities.
Yeah. So I feel like he said he like was never sick before. Like he's never been in like the hospitals that I don't know, he said something like that when he was in the hospital having to share a room. So I feel like he hadn't been through as many like severe illnesses, but he didn't live as long as his wife, obviously.
And that's the interesting thing in the film. I mean, even though they portray an African American man who wanted to go to university but couldn't because, you know, and he explains that in a small, like very briefly, he doesn't touch upon it too much. His girlfriend's pregnant, so what was he going to do? He was black, poor, and in school, so obviously he left school to find a job so that he could have the family. And he kind of alludes to that as to how the stuff on his bucket list could never be accomplished, right? I mean, that's part of that's a very small focus, but he does allude to that. Thank you for your comment, Nicholas. I think we may have Susaneth next.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Earlier today, you touched on the subject of ethnicity and class disparities.
Yep.
So it was, in this movie, it was clear that masculinity meant different things for both characters. It was intriguing to see the contrast between the two characters and how they lived their lives and what was important to them. And in terms of one was wealthy, had more autonomy, minimal social support, and could be very unpleasant at times, while the other one was calm, likable, full of hope, large social support, limited finances, with a bucket list to fulfill before he died. Even though they came from different walks of lives, they still came together in solidarity, and were able to form a strong bond, something that many adults don't achieve in a lifetime, really. So that was very nice to see in this movie.
And I don't know if you found this interesting or not, but I definitely did, that even though they came from such different backgrounds with such different interpretations of masculinity, in that brief 6 months of time, they found things that they both thought was important to them, for
Yes.
themselves. And that part was portrayed very well. Whether they could have actually done skydiving or climbed up the top of a pyramid in their condition, that I don't know. I'm unable to speculate. But it's just the connection.
Yes. Yeah.
Melissa?
Hi, I just wanted to kind of touch upon what Akila said about the movie and how it portrays kind of the chemo part of it and the end of life. I worked on, or I was on an oncology floor, and so I actually saw a lot of cancer patients, and in my opinion, they portrayed it well and showed the different, I just think they showed the different stages in which a patient with cancer goes through, because in the beginning, Morgan Freeman kind of tells him the chemo challenges he's been through, yet he's looking okay because he's kind of in the okay period. And when the other guy started the chemo, you see how ill he becomes, and very quickly, and the different symptoms he has associated with chemo. and I mean, I've seen people on the worst and best days, and I've seen them go into remission and stuff like that. And a lot of the times, even if they're not in remission, they at least go home for a few weeks or whatever the time being in between chemo sessions, and they're often able to go back into their regular daily activities that they want to go to.
Thank you for sharing that, Melissa. I mean, it comes from your firsthand experience, and your experience is obviously larger than two people. So that's useful information, just to provide some context to what we're seeing in the film. Brian?
I just wanted to say that in terms of Edward's character, he kind of went through the whole don't care, shouldn't care experience. At first, he didn't have that don't care kind of masculine attitude towards everything, right? Including people, especially towards his assistant and, members of the board. But once he once he joins Carter on this whole journey of completing their bucket list, towards the end, he starts to empathize towards others and he starts to care. He decides he should start caring, especially for his granddaughter and kid. That's one of the things I wanted to add. And I feel like both Carter and Edward went through the quest narrative because now they know that they were they know it's impermanence at that point. They're acknowledging their impermanence, and because it's their final stages of life, they kind of turn it into a journey that's meaningful for them in a way that it can close, like a chapter that they can close on their own terms. So they went from chaos to quest. That's one of the connections I made.
Beautiful. Thank you. Yes, excellent, excellent. The bucket list itself is a quest, and I'm glad you pointed that out. That's very true. Good. Did you have something more to add, Brian, or did?
Oh no, sorry. I'm just gonna take that down.
I'm often not sure if a hand repopped or if it was just up there, so don't mind me asking a second time. There's lots of stuff in the chat window. I'm going to go ahead and pull that up so you can read. I'm sure you're all reading. Okay, so we start with Nicholas, who says, good film. Chloe Brown says, me too, good film, thank you. Well, I didn't make the film, but I appreciate that you liked the film. Suzanne says, his decline in health made him realize his mortality. Yeah, brought that close. Nicholas says he's showing acceptance and not subscribing to never aging masculinities when he said those were young man wishes. Yeah, that's true. Morgan Freeman didn't. Erica says, I love the movie and the message behind it. I noticed a large amount of wisdom shown through both men and the wife. What I gathered from the movie was through the dying process, they were trying to be successful in the process of achieving optimal aging. Okay, accomplishing things they wanted to do, but developing new relationship and fixing old ones, coming to terms with it. With their deaths, they seem to come to terms with it. Thank you. Jack Nicholson shows some traditional masculinity because he rarely shows his emotions at the beginning. That's from Akila. Kendra says both men were coming to terms with their illnesses and adapting to their new identities. I was also able to recognize that the men experience the various types of narratives: restorative, chaos, quest. I saw chaos and quest. I'm not sure I saw restorative, but perhaps we can have a little. Go ahead, Kendra.
Can I jump in? Yes. So I know afterwards, Brian had kind of captured some of the comments I had mentioned as well. So he noticed that, which is great. But for restorative, my take on that was that, for example, I believe it was Carter, he was going through chemo, right? So that is a restorative method or narrative.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I get it. Yes, I will.
So that's where I was going with that. But like, I guess they weren't specifically themselves finding like restorative ways, but he was participating in restorative means to.
Yes, agreed.
Okay.
100%.
And that's it. And then and for Brian, he captured beautifully like my take on the quest, that they were, trying to fulfill, you know, their bucket list and going on that quest. And then the chaos, right? Like of them having to come to terms with their terminal illnesses, and then moving forward to the accepting stage, and then moving forward with the quest.
Yep, well explained. Thank you. Yeah, 100%. Aquila says, definitely quest as they began to set goals and go on adventures. Yeah, no, I mean, the quest part is, that's probably a very dominant theme in the film. Anais says, I was going to say that, Sarah, the difference of masculinity and the bond in the end. Chloe says, I thought it was interesting that Jack Nicholson was the typical masculine one, the hiding of emotions and not showing weakness. It took, I would say, going through the 3 different narratives for him to realize that his ego was in the way of him reuniting with his daughter. So thank you for that, Chloe. Kendra, did you have something else to add? You still have your hand up, or oh, there we go. Okay, good. Do we have a new comment? Jenna says, I work in a retirement home and I could make a lot of personal connections in the way that the characters try to fend for themselves. Oftentimes, our female residents will reach out for help, even for the smallest things, but our male residents will be laying on the floor for 3+ hours trying to get up on their own before they finally break down from exhaustion and ask for help. When, oh, sorry, my mouse is doing funny things. When Jack wanted to get onto the bed, so again, the bed example, so thank you. We have 2 hands raised. I think that those will be the last 2 comments we'll have before we get back to lecture mode. We'll have Michelle go first, and then we'll have Brian for last comment.
So I know that's a little bit off topic, but I did hear that it's what, Jack Nicholson, the
Jack
actor's
Nicholson.
name?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that
guy.
him. Yeah, I've heard that him in real life, like, actually has never done an interview, I think. So I feel like his personality actually does reflect more like his character in the movie.
So you're thinking his movie character is very much like his real life persona, eh?
Well, I mean, see, I don't know him personally, obviously, but just the fact that he has never done any interviews or hasn't any, like, he seems to be very secluded and does his own thing, and kind of what he was doing, he had kind of like a bachelor life in the beginning.
Right.
So I just thought it was a little bit ironic that he is most likely like the character in the movie.
Yeah, I wish I knew more. I don't. So, but that's interesting if that's who Jack Nicholson is in real life. It kind of a little standoffish personality, and then he plays this role where he has very few family and friends to tend to him when he's unwell. Brian?
I was wondering if you could clarify 2 things for me, Professor. So the first thing I want to know is there any way for us to make a connection to bodies as a reflexive expression in terms of the movie?
Yeah, so a part of it, one of the things in their bucket list as a part of expression is getting a tattoo, right? So for Jack Nicholson, it's not a big deal. His part of his masculinity is his narcissistic personality. So guess what he does? He not only gets a tattoo, he gets a tattoo of himself on his arm, okay? And on the other hand, expressing through their own bodies, you look at Morgan Freeman, who refuses to what he thinks is desecration of the body, and who's not that much into himself. So there's that one prominent example of using their bodies to embody their age itself. Other than that, there are no significant roles of embodiment of their aging masculinities in the film. I didn't see anything overt. Did anybody else pick up on anything? So Brian, unfortunately, I think that's the limited connection that I could make.
Right. Gotcha. And the other thing I wanted to ask you was so there was a scene where Jack Nicholson's talking about suicide to
Yes.
Morgan Freeman, and I was just a little confused about that because Morgan Freeman's talking about denial and Jack Nicholson's talking about suicide. Would that be in any way a form of while they're focusing on the whole depression, suicide aspects of masculinity that we discussed in class?
I don't know that there's enough to draw anything from that very brief snippet. It was a very short conversation, and they show them walking through the hospital hallway. And, Morgan Freeman is trying to explain the 5 stages of acceptance of anything. There's denial, there's grief, denial, bargaining. I don't remember all the steps, but you have all of those steps. And finally, there's acceptance. So he's talking about that in a very philosophical manner. And Jack Nicholson is a little bit distracted. So he starts asking questions about, have you considered suicide? And so I don't think there's enough there to really say much.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, I think we're at time, so we will, well, interestingly, we will be talking about depression and suicide next. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. What I'm going to do is, as we go through the slideshow, through the presentation, I will absolutely respond to comments, but I'm going to wait till a particular slide is over before I address comments, just so we are able to get to where we want to be by the end of the day. So, when talking about depression and suicide, the author recognizes that aging men's experience with depression is gendered and it's raced. And what that means is there is a component of gender and race that plays into both depression and suicide. We've previously spoken about the fact that older men buying into traditional masculinity scripts and then seeing a disparity are more likely. I'm not sure if it's sharing my screen. Is my screen being shared?
No.
No.
Oh, no, thank you, Chloe. Okay, let's do that. I didn't think it was, so I'm going to do that now. Okay, let's share screen. There we go. Okay, good. Now it should work. Now can you see stuff? Are you able to see my screen now?
We can see your screen.
Great, thank you, thank you. Okay, so the author argues that there is a connection with obviously with race and ethnicity and masculinities that are more tightly wound up with traditional scripts. Their depression and suicide ideation regularly happens. It's that actually contextualizes the suicide comment, because when you think about Jack Nicholson's masculinity script, it's very macho and very traditionally what is perceived as a male role, traditional script of masculinity. So his perhaps that the suicide contemplation or the conversation initiating from him was in the context of being forced to veer away from the traditional masculinity script because he had now acquired a terminal condition. There's some impermanence in that, and this is of course speculation. I don't know. So Unitzer, what happened? He presented the following case in based on a depression in later life. A 71-year-old man whose wife died 6 months previously. He presents with foot pain from diabetic neuropathy, poor sleep, lack of energy, and increasing frustration about his inability to keep his diabetes under control. On examination, he also notes a lack of interest in his usual activities, decreased appetite, a weight loss of 10 pounds over the past 3 months, and intermittent thoughts that he would be better off dead, so suicidal ideation. So this case that is there in the journal, it omits race by presuming whiteness. There's a large meta-analysis of 25 international studies done by Cray, Arensman, and Spinovan, and they noticed that men aged 65 and older become more vulnerable to depression after transitioning to their post-employment lives, largely because they have shrinking support networks and they become more socially isolated. So as a result of the social isolation, as the distress that piles up with just day-to-day hassles and disruptive life events, they start to get more into a state of depression. Obviously, the interpretation is it implies that this is heteronormative and it applies to heterosexual older men, older white men particularly. Hammond in 2012 sampled African American men 40 and older. Most African American men 40 and older were actually unmarried, and they had less evidence of depressive symptoms than younger Black men. They were actually quite a lot more content. It was their experience of everyday racism that spiked depressive symptoms in them. But it was still lesser than young men who, as a defense against racism, they embodied the self-reliance masculinity norms. So as far as the author is concerned, depression is variable among different groups of men, and it is significantly associated with masculine subjectivity and practices. So there is a stereotype of the white depressed male, and which basically means every older white male is not necessarily suicidal or depressed, but there is a greater incidence of suicide in white males with depression. Again, none of this is meant to represent a completeness. These are all merely statistics. Most aging men episodically experience minor depression, which means, things happen, things depress you, they go away, it's an episode, it doesn't remain. But this transient experience it's not just loneliness or stress pile up, or when there's grieving at the loss of a sibling, or there are nagging thoughts about financial uncertainty. There are different forms of depression, and some of you are psych students, some health majors, or have taken some psych courses. So there's sub-threshold, which is mild depression, and it can range from mild to moderate to severe depression. Among men, unfortunately, it's mostly undetected and untreated. The symptoms with depression, there are 5 things that people typically look for, but they range from unruly sleep, some insomnia, memory complaints, concentration difficulties, lack of energy, and a loss of interest. These tend to be the big 5. A clinical diagnosis of major depression requires 5 key symptoms from the following set. So there's an inventory of a lot of different things, and you meet 5 of those goals, then you're diagnosed as having depression. So depressed mood, diminished interest, loss of pleasure in almost all activities, feelings of worthlessness or inappropriate guilt, weight loss or gain, insomnia, fatigue, reduced ability to concentrate, physical agitation like developing tics, psychomotor agitation, recurrent suicidal thoughts. So if you have any of these, any 5 of these, then you're considered to have major depression. Moderate depression requires any 2 of this larger inventory of symptoms. So in the US, major depression is less prevalent among young men. Less prevalent among old men than younger men or women. Major depression for old men is low. It's 1 to 5% in the US and in Taiwan and most European countries. But they're estimates, so they're guesses, because aging men are inclined to not address their depressed feelings as symptoms, even when asked directly. They don't consult for help. They don't care to talk about, as they say, feeling blue. unlike younger men, old men are less likely to worry about ill health as an identity threat. They just look at poor health as an inevitable incursion that comes with aging, and it's consistent with the past. They may wrestle with health limitations in a stoic manner, which fits their masculinity script. When research is done in looking for accounts for the distress and depression among working class white and Mexican heritage men 65 and older in California, researchers observed that other than a small number of established signs for clinical depression and hedonia, low mood, the majority of men made use of euphemisms such as rumination or boredom or pain, being afraid and feeling lonely, all of these milder expressions to talk about their own mental state. But the researchers, Apazoa, Varano, and Barker, they reported that some aging men who strive to adhere to the never-aging masculinity ideology were more likely to counterattack the betrayal of their declining health and sense of losing control through anger and fury. Because you know what, anger and fury are more acceptable expression of your emotion, according to the traditional script of masculinity. We have 4 comments. I'm going to wait till we finish the slide and then address that. On the whole, older men maintain and even increase emotional well-being compared to men at younger ages. Men aged 70 and older have the highest rates of suicide deaths in most regions of the world. Later life can interestingly be a time for enhanced well-being for men, but also a time for markedly increased risk for suicide. As of 2014, suicide caused more deaths in the US among white men aged 65 and older than Alzheimer's disease. Suicide still occurs in the US more frequently among old white men aged 75 and older, and secondarily among middle-aged white men 45 to 64. Yet the rate of suicide among the middle-aged has been steadily rising since the new millennium. There are not just age effects on suicide risk, but cohort effects as well. With baby boomers getting into late life, they bring what is considered an elevated suicide risk as they begin a time of heightened risk. The rate of suicide for white men in the US is at least 3 times greater than it is for African Americans, and 2 to 3 times greater than either Asian or Hispanic men when you compare comparable socioeconomic status. Now we have 7 comments. Men in the lowest socioeconomic group obviously have a suicide rate that is 3 times the men in the highest socioeconomic group. The vast majority of old white men within high-risk suicide demographics, such as living alone, being disadvantaged socioeconomically, and with multiple comorbidities, including mental ill health, and within Montana, Idaho, or in northern Finland, with hunting firearms nearby, don't actually take their lives even when they're terribly ill or in pain or depressed or feeling disconnected and isolated after the death of their wife or close friends. So the logic that the access to weapons and guns puts old white men at risk is not necessarily accurate. It's what apparently is at risk is the gap between their actual masculinity and the masculinity that they wish to embody. So their ability to quote unquote do masculinity may have a role to do with their decision to take their own life. So Canetto in 1995 summarizes the case of Richard, a white man who engaged in a suicidal act at age 70 after experiencing retirement and deterioration of his health. Now, Richard did not fit the profile of being socially isolated or living alone. He was married. He also didn't fit the profile of being unusually emotionally or cognitively rigid. He was not that detached. He was not that attached to his traditional masculinity script. He fit better into a fallen hero profile, whereby, you know, there's a masculine subjectivity which is imbued with pride. It transforms to one of indignity because of ending employment or poor health. So there is evidence that suicide by European descent, ill older men, is interpreted as a rational choice to exemplify masculine control, power, and determination, just to take your own life to keep it in your own control. It may be even enabled by the cultural and gendered ethos that the older adult suicide is a relatively rational response to maintaining the quality of life while alive. And in fact, a good death through individual choice and agency might transcend other views of death. Okay, that is the end of this slide. So I'm going to go ahead and see the comments. We have about 10 comments there, so lots of opinions which we should address. So we will escape this for a second. We will minimize this and open up the chat window. Okay. Depression is a mood disorder illustrated by loss of interest and pleasure. Yes, Michelle, thank you for that. Jenna says, I think as society shifts and becomes more accepting towards mental health, younger men feel more comfortable expressing their emotions and speak about their mental health, whereas older men grew up in a less accepting society and they aren't comfortable or used to expressing their emotions. True, they have bought into a different masculinity script. The scripts change with generation and age. Michelle says, patients with depression tend to commit suicide. It's like suicide and depression go together. Michelle, to your comment, I will just add that depression and suicide, both, while they do go together, suicide is seen more in the case of men. The incidence of suicide with women and depression is not, the statistic is not quite the same. Erica says, it may be possible that when our generation, one that is more open about mental health and depression, the percentage of depressed older adults may increase. Oh, okay. So Erica, are you suggesting that because the younger generation now is more accepting about mental health, they're more likely to get diagnosed, and that's why the numbers would increase? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, that's what I was suggesting.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's Jenna. Jenna says, I think it's highly possible as a society is a lot more accepting. Yeah, similar lines. Elderly are at risk. Michelle says, elderly are at risk because most people around them, like spouses, friends, are dying. Erica says, what I find interesting is that I've had many female residents who've stated that they feel depressed and want to die. I have never had a male resident express it. And that's an interesting comment. I think it circles back to the typical masculinity and having to seem more manly or strong. Brian raised his hand. Brian, I'll get to you in a second. Well, oftentimes when people communicate that they feel like dying, it's not, perhaps that's how they feel, but it's also a request for help, as interpreted. With stoic masculinities, you can't ask for help, so that kind of puts men in a different situation if they adopt that form of masculinity. Michelle says, Erica, females express themselves, but male do not, but male are more risk for committing suicide. Okay, lots of interesting comments there. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
So I definitely agree with all the comments. As well, I can attest to that. Most guys don't come out and usually express their feelings or emotions as easily as they'd want to do. I think part of that is because so as I was saying, I think there's this unofficial, unwarranted kind of masculinity that kind of is inherited for boys. And I think that comes from like the family, like from the parents. Like, you know, sometimes dads kind of show the tough love or a form of masculinity, which their sons would kind of like want to live up to, you know, kind of want to like accept or be on an equal status with, and that's what's like causing this suppressed emotions for most men, I think. And the other thing I wanted to say is I think we're getting at a point where men are starting to express themselves even more, which is a good thing. But I also feel that that's kind of leading to a more sensitive masculinity. I'm not saying masculinity should be per se toxic or in a way that, you know, it should be dominating, but it's leading to the point where the whole masculine form itself is kind of deteriorating when it gets too sensitive. That's the whole issue with boys, because we can't seem to tell when is it too sensitive, when is it like, okay, you have to maintain your emotions, maintain that self of strength and mental strength, and, you know, kind of attune yourself with everything kind of deal. That's my thoughts on this.
It's interesting because it's what everyone's masculinity will look like in 20 years from now. It's hard to say, and how masculinity, and it's not a singular masculinity, right? There may no longer be a singular script. There has never been a singular script. It's always been a very diverse script. But there were a few very dominant scripts based on the culture and the socioeconomic background you were in that were predominantly referred to and absorbed and so on. Peering into the future with the openness of communication, the recognition of mental health, there might be a far greater range of masculinity scripts, all of which may be masculine, right from being sensitively masculine in some aspects to, so it might be a very broad range. And I don't necessarily see anything as a deterioration of masculinity, that they're just several different scripts that allow men to choose and adopt to their own habitus, to their own needs. That's how I see it playing out. But who knows? I mean, if I had a crystal ball, then that'd be great. Joan?
I was saying depression rate in older men are more likely a taboo, seen as a taboo. So they don't want to express themselves. While in today's society, we are teaching our younger men that it's okay for them to express their feelings.
Right. Depression is almost also, acknowledging in traditional masculinity, if you were to consider that, it's almost acknowledging weakness, right? Mm-hmm. So that's part of the challenge, is to go ahead and say, I'm not feeling good. I'm not feeling interested in things. I don't feel like waking up in the morning. I don't feel like doing anything today. And that seems to be a challenge. And especially if you're a heteronormative male, it continues to remain a challenge. I think gay men are a lot more comfortable in talking about how they feel about several things, because there is an acceptance that they don't have to buy into the traditional masculine script. So then, in a sense, because of the acceptance of homosexuality in our cultures, gay men are almost liberated to the point that they can script their own masculinities with immense amount of freedom that the traditional heteronormative man finds difficult to do.
I just want to say something here. As you said that, something just ran across my mind. I had a patient a few weeks ago, and basically he just wanted to lay there in bed. So after I medicate him, everything, I said to him, okay, today you're going to get up and I want you to go in your chair or do a little bit of walk around the unit or something. And then he turned to me and he said, Joan, I said, yes, sir. He said, I'm going to tell you the truth. After I got to a certain age, I became damn lazy. And coming in here, nurses don't make me feel any better. I am more damn lazy, so I'm not getting out of this damn bed. And I said, okay. So these are some of the things that, these men, they were their families were giving them hands and gloves on. They don't have to do the dishes. They don't have to do anything. Now they're basically on their own. And they feel threatened because they have the feel of nurses, predominantly women, who are telling them, you got to do this, you got to do that. So they have a problem with all of that.
Sure. Yep. All right. There we go. We're done with this. We have a couple things in the chat window. We're going to hold off for a little bit. We need to. We will address it, but we'll just wait. The author also talks that life insurance investigators might often wonder whether the quote-unquote accidental death of an old white man crashing into a tree was actually unintentional, or their final impulsive breadwinner strategy to provide their heirs the double indemnity that the accident yields. So, you get the accidental insurance money for the family, as well as you get the money from the life insurance. So a man ending this is a quote from your text, a man ending his own life by choice would be interpreted as his final insistence on control of personal destiny. Viewed this way, suicide in the face of an unacceptable quality of life may be self-defined by the person themselves as an act of empowerment and maintaining dignity. By comparison, men who choose to face chronic illness and their disability with some form of acceptance are equally powerful because they are representing grace under pressure. One of the continuing what-ifs that distinguishes the old white men who seriously consider or attempt suicide is whether it's their compliance with the traditional masculinity script and cultural norms for men to not disclose their feelings of indignity even when seeking help. It's very ironic that 75% of old men who commit suicide have actually seen a physician within weeks of killing themselves. They typically may have left their physician with a diagnosis of a medical condition which threatens their existing quality of life. So in this section, when we talk about coming to terms and aging masculinities, we are going to talk a little bit about the insults of chronic conditions on aging men. We will start with a discussion of research on masculinity and physical disability, and we'll talk about how it applies. And the author picks Parkinson's disease, and two gendered cancers, prostate cancer and male breast cancer. For each of these conditions, I'm not I guess the author picked them because they're probably more difficult to talk about for men. He explores living with a disease that challenges capacity, which would be Parkinson's, and with male breast cancer, it's typically not associated with masculinity. Neither Parkinson's is not just a disease, it's a life ruiner. Cancer, if they make it through cancer, it's still messed up a big portion of their life. And if they don't, then obviously it's taking their life away as well. So that's what the section is about. So old men's bodily aging and lessening capacities are not very different from how a physical impairment forces men with physical disabilities to recognize that they are not going to meet the expectations of the dominant culture. More normative bodied, which means younger men, can usually demonstrate the valued masculinity practices of toughness through physical strength or muscle or independence, through their body mobility, or domination through self-presentation and agency. But when health diminishes or bodily capacity becomes at odds with hegemonic masculinity ideals, researchers notice that some men renegotiate their gendered practices and they come to terms with being men with body limitations. Men with physical disabilities deal with their less normative capabilities by utilizing alternative visions of masculinity that are always there, but they're obscured. And typically the disabled men use three strategies to come up with being men with physical limitations. So they use either reformulation or reliance or rejection. So reformulation occurs when men reinvent cultural ideals on their own terms. So for example, if a man was unable to walk properly, he might spin it as though the way he accomplishes the masculinity discourse about men being independent, he might recast the means by which he accomplishes his goals. So the author talks about Smith and his colleagues, how they talk about a 76-year-old fella, Arnold, who was barely able to walk from the kitchen table to the back door. He recreated his independence of movement by using an electric scooter. And Arnold, they quote Arnold, who says, "The other day, last month, I think I bought myself an electric scooter with which I can get around. It takes me down to the corner shop, chemist, post office, hotel, or whatever. I don't go very far on it. I get down there in about 5 minutes. It's good." So this old man's independence was subjectively important, and a scooter did not signify his limitations, but instead it signified his continued autonomy. With regard to sexual intimacy, a disabled or aging man might recast sexuality to the importance. He might say that, well, there's the importance of touch or emotional connectedness, and thus he may move away from an emphasis on coital sex. Gershik and Miller suggest when disabled or aging men are confident in their own abilities and values, they look at standards of masculinity on their own terms. And the author's opinion is that when aging men adopt reformulation strategies, they affirm and embody their aging bodies rather than living with embattled identities. The next way men come to terms with their with disabling conditions is with reliance. Reliance refers basically to the double down strategy that some men adopt. Now, despite the men's physical inability to meet many of the masculinity ideals, the men might rely even more heavily on the demands of hegemonic masculinity. They were routinely troubled and conflicted when someone offers unsolicited help because their sense of masculinity is disturbed or undercut, especially when they may view that they were being seen as disabled. And I'm going to tell you the example of my maternal grandfather. My maternal grandfather lost functionality of his lower limbs. One of his legs, I believe it was his left, it would suddenly go numb with no feeling, and he would fall because there was no feeling in his left leg. And this started occurring once he was in his 70s. Because he also was an ex-military officer, and in his vision of masculinity, you were disabled if you had to use a cane or a walker. So he refused to use a walker or a cane till he actually broke his hip and was confined to a wheelchair. He would occasionally ask for help, for someone to hold his hand so that he wouldn't fall off. He would often grab onto the wall and side rails, but he refused to use a cane all his life. And it's because he had subscribed to a certain script of masculinity, and so that he wouldn't appear weak in public holding on to a cane. Anyway, so he was doubling down. In Irving Zola's memoir, Missing Pieces, she talks about a man with a less normative body. They can maintain their reliance on idealized masculinities. For example, that might mean using an adaptive device such as a leg brace or a support. So Zola, who the book is about, Zola spent much of his adult life passing as a full-bodied man. Zola recalled about his initial reliance and later rejection strategies. He says, no longer was it necessary to prove that I was just like anybody else, if not better. And he calls himself a super crip. Though I was still quite capable of walking long distances, I felt that I did not feel it was necessary to do so. So there's a reliance on traditional masculinity and supporting themselves and then passing as a normal person in the case of Zola. But he also rejects as it gets older because he doesn't see the need to pass as normal. Reliance among aging men might similarly take the form of hiding their health problems. So the concept of reliance is the idea that you use the traditional masculine script and you try to conform to it by passing or hiding your conditions. One 80-year-old man heard Clark, and he talks about his concealment. What he essentially says is, I don't want to display the pills that I take, and I don't lay them out. I don't think many people know I take medication. I think it's something private. I don't want to indicate a weakness. I don't want people to know I have to depend upon certain things to keep me going. So the third form of masculinity reconstruction is rejection. Rejection is actually a complex framework, and rejection requires that that men renounce the idealized masculinity standards and purposefully recreate alternative definitions of manhood. When this strategy is used, aging men don't view their bodies and daily practices as problematic. To the contrary, they come to terms with their practices and see the societal conceptions of the body ideal and usual masculinity practices, they are seen as the problem. And this is Zola's experience ultimately, when he rejects the need to pass for normal. So Gershik and Miller, they identify a 58-year-old polio survivor called Leo, who earlier in his biography rejected physical performance in favor of intellectual achievement, and later upheld a view of masculinity that came from lived experience, habitus, and practice of letting go of dominant masculinity discourses. By middle age, his experiences with aging offered other ways of gaining or retaining masculine capital. By comparison, Sparks' narrative of his own experience with chronic lower back pain concludes that I'd also like to report that via my experiences, I've been able to wholeheartedly reject hegemonic masculinity and develop new standards of masculinity in its place, or at the very least reformulate and idealize masculinity in terms of my own abilities, perceptions, and strengths, so as to judge my manhood along new lines. I have and I haven't. I like to, I'm trying, I'm unsure. Like Sparks, I think most aging men experience a similar struggle to reject never-aging masculinities. But at some point, many embody the reformulated aging masculinities that their generation has created. Aging men may have complex and ambivalent orientation towards hegemonic masculinity, supporting some elements and rejecting others. So, it's very interesting. Now, there is a construct called mosaic masculinities, and it applies. What happens is, this term was created by Tony Coles, and he proposes that as aging men negotiate masculinity, they draw upon fragments or pieces of never-aging masculinities, which they have the capacity to perform. They piece them together, and they come up with a reconstituted, reformulated masculinity that they adopt. And the reformulated masculinities involves rejection as part of the reformulation. And these mosaic masculinities seem to signify aging men's greater reliance on quest narratives, since quest narratives and narratives are unfinished like their aging bodies, and their masculinities are also considered unfinished. All right, I think we have a couple comments. I'm going to address them now. I'll just stop this here. Okay. So I think it must be Chloe and Michelle. Erica says, we live in a culture where men feel they have to repress their feelings and thoughts. They feel like they should be strong until it becomes too much. Seeking help is seen as a sign of weakness. In older adults, feelings are not even disclosed a lot. There is a common theme that older adults, especially males, will describe physical pain or ailments rather than psychological pain because it is ingrained into them through culture that emotional pain is not acceptable. I think that mental health issues are underdiagnosed in older adults. Due to this, it takes a lot more understanding from health professionals to ascertain the root cause. True. Michelle says, yes, Erica, we hope for that in this society. Men think some things will make them lose their dignity, so they prefer not to express themselves, which is hard to know, which makes it hard to know what they're going through. And she also says, Chloe is right, brave men and emotional women, and she calls it gender bias. Okay. So as promised, we talk next about Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease, for those of you who may be following two very prominent people that many of us are familiar with, are working through Parkinson's disease or are dealing with Parkinson's disease. The star of Back to the Future movies, Michael J. Fox, has Parkinson's, as well as Muhammad Ali, the famous boxer, the world champion for several years in the late 70s. Parkinson's has several, the symptomology is quite diverse. There is a neurological condition, there are issues, there is some brain damage, but also it's signified by a lot of tremors and bodily challenges. So coming to terms with the early chaos of a disabling condition such as Parkinson's, there's a book called With Shaking Hands, where Samantha Solomeo notes that Parkinson's disease sufferers, they recognize the progressive, incurable nature of the disorder. While they didn't think they were sick, there were some people who considered PD's Parkinson's disease a disability. PD is embodied as a condition with which you live and age, and some people consider it to be a layer of their identity. Of course, some people wear that as a badge of honor, calling themselves Parkies or Parkinsonians. So it's the second most common neurodegenerative disorder, and typically the onset is after 60. One of my maternal uncles has PD, and it's he got it when he was 64, 65 perhaps. Many old men suffer from disabling effects of the disease for 15 years or more. The disease disrupts habits of old men's lived body and their sense of lived time. No longer is, the life is structured by symptoms, by medication time, and awareness of vulnerability. Solomeo introduces Leroy. She talks about Leroy. Leroy is almost 70 and has had Parkinson's for 6 years. When she met him, his out-of-pocket cost for his meds, and this is in the US, so there's lots of out-of-pocket costs, was about $700 per month. Pain and disability seem to shadow his days as each dose of medicine wanes. So this is from Leroy, and Leroy says, my joints start aching, I get shoulder aches terribly, and I can't walk at all. I resorted to just getting down and crawling across the floor when I couldn't get someplace, because you start walking and your legs just won't move. You tend to freeze up, and I swear to myself, I would get up and kick something if I could stand up. It is a misery. Similarly, Jackson, another researcher in 2016, he introduces Peter, a 64-year-old diagnosed with PD 6 years earlier, whose erratic, unpredictable body rhythms of living with PD seem to invade the typical masculine illusion of solidity and rational control of his and other men's ordered life. So Peter recognized his embodied vulnerability and his anxieties and his fears. And what he says is, when I have bad times, it's probably associated with mild depression. But it's a sense of aimlessness, listlessness, not knowing what to do, not getting anything done, not being able to rest and relax either. I'm afraid that the Parkinson's will mean that actually I do degenerate into more of a vegetable that I want to be. Despite bodily deterioration and autonomy struggles and dwindling friendship networks, both Peter and Leroy, they retain hope that tomorrow will bring enjoyment and the capacity to reflect on life and attribute meaning to it. So the frustrating symptom profile of PD can make it it makes it difficult to initiate movement. It makes it difficult to keep movement going. It makes it difficult to stop movement voluntarily. And then there's this shuffling gait associated with it. There's the occasional freezing of movement. There's a slowness of movement. So there's a resting tremor, distal resting tremor. There's an overall rigidity of muscles, stooped posture. There's pain. The author talks about playing golf with an 83-year-old Dave, who was suffering from PD, and he had a flawless golf swing, but he found that exiting the golf cart, catching his balance, and moving from golf cart to address the ball would take a lot out of him. It would be very hard for him to hit the ball, and then actually the walking back to the cart, that used to be a big challenge. And it was frustrating for Dave when it would take him a long time to start a round of golf. And he would only be able to be more successful once his meds had kicked in. The treatment, obviously, for PD is quite complicated as the disease progresses and the symptoms keep changing. So a lot of the strategy is in preventing further progression or slowing it down. So that remains a challenge. Now, many aging men live with chronic conditions. They face similar contradictions. Well, especially when they've adopted ideologies of never aging masculinity, which the emphasis is on control and independence, the bodies disagree. So they present them with condition-based limitations in their ability to do so. So they struggle. Most men with Parkinson's disease live with confusion regarding the imagined boundary separating ordinary bodily aging and their lived experience with PD, which obviously accelerates and obscures what they would consider normal aging. Men with PD often question, is the condition worse or are the medications worse? Whatever is their conclusion, they are troubled by how PD and its treatment are appearance altering, because people start to look very different. The feeling of control and the impression, the image of control doesn't exist. The way PD limits physical capability, it undermines the aging men's sense of self, right? As men. 1/3 of old men that Solomeo interviewed, they mentioned the loss of strength as their primary symptom. This was not really mentioned by women who got interviewed with PD. Men described their unhappiness with what they perceive to be emasculated and unreliable bodies, especially with the poor posture, the loss of strength, and symptoms that affected their ability to perform household duties and led them to avoid public spaces. The men, obviously, they agonized about the symbolic impact of the tremor, the rigid muscles, and other physical symptoms, what it had on their public persona, which made them less than whole men. They preserved their masculine capital by not being noticed. I'm going to address a couple of questions, then we look at gendered cancers. We have 3 comments there. Oh, Kendra says she was under the impression class ended at 4 p.m., so she has to excuse herself and go pick up her children. Related to mass, she has a question. Yes, Kendra, you can talk to me tomorrow, no problem. Teresa says, I have to go get a COVID swab for work. I did schedule for 4:15. I hope I will not miss too much. It should be fine. Keep in mind that everything is getting taped and being put online, so if you have to excuse yourself for a few minutes, you know what? We can talk about gender cancers tomorrow. It should be end of class at this point, so we will stop right away. That we were not inconveniencing too many people and you don't miss very much. All right, let's do that. I am still available to answer a few questions before we shut everything down. The other thing is, let's stop the share. Let's go and look at the participants. Okay, so we have a couple comments, one from Brian and then from Joan.
Professor, could you go over mosaic masculinities once again?
Yeah, so the idea of mosaic masculinity, what slide was that on? Let's pull that slide up. So as old men, they start to negotiate masculinity with their aging bodies. What they do is they recognize that they're not going to fit the standard of traditional masculinities or never aging masculinities. So what they do is they pick up pieces from pieces of never aging masculinities, but they piece them together in line with what else they practice for masculinity, and it's a patchwork. So it has some aspects of traditional masculinity, but a lot of it is reconstructed to adapt it to what they practice in their day-to-day lives. So that's why it's called a mosaic.
So it's kind of like a puzzle piece, right? Where
correct
pieces of whatever you've acquired or whatever you're trying to put together from other groups and establishments. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Right.
So
right, you.
No problem. Who else do we have? We have Joan. Oh, sorry, it's Jenna.
Yeah, hi, sorry. I was just wondering, for the group project, do you need to know, do we have to tell you which chapter our group chose?
No, I don't think it's a choice. I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? It's in sequence. So the first group picks the first, the second group picks the second, third group picks the third, and the fourth group picks the fourth. Sorry if I didn't specify. Did I not specify that?
We
are working on chapter 10, right?
No, that was specified.
Our group 11.
Okay, so let's look at the outline once again. So I'm just going to.
Sorry, I might have missed it going over the outline.
I think somebody asked this question on the first day, and we just said yes, it's by order. So intimacies and sexuality would be the first group. I don't know. I don't remember who asked the question. I remember answering the question.
Oh, sorry.
Intimacies and sexuality is the first group. So intimacies and sexuality would be the orange group. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying okay.
Okay. Caring would be the pink group. Late life as a widower would be the green group. And late life and its fourth age culture would be the red group.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay. We have Brian. Brian, did you have a comment or question?
Oh, my bad. I forgot to take a.
It's okay. No worries. There's a chat comment. I'm going to pull that up next. Have a good night. Thanks for today's class, Jenna. Okay, thank you, Jenna. Yep. Okay, I don't think we have any more. Okay, so did anybody need breakout rooms, or are people set? Just go ahead and say check yes or no next to your name, so I'll know to set up stuff.
Hi there. I just have it's Kendra here. I was just about to leave to go pick up my kids. I just heard a little bit of the conversation in the background.
Yeah.
So there's certainly been some miscommunication. I did not, so like I've been like participating in all the sessions, and I did not get that message regarding which group, because it wasn't color coded. Like all the topic choices were green. So
yes, they are all green. So what did you end up picking?
So here's the thing. So my group, we've already like completed, we've been doing the topic on widowhood, and like at least for myself, I've completely completed my section of the presentation.
Yeah.
So Kendra, orange has done widowhood.
So I was part of the first group, and me and most of the group, we completed chapter 11, which is widowhood, because we didn't like at least I didn't get the message that it was, because the topics were not color coordinated with like our group, because all the topics were in green. So I was under the impression that we could pick any of the topics.
Okay, that should have been specified by me more clearly, so I will take responsibility for that. It's okay. We will just have a whole bunch of lectures on widowerhood. Okay. So
is that okay that we continue with that topic since me and my group are almost finished?
well, well, part of it is if you're already done preparing, there's nothing much we can alter at this point.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to get in touch with all the groups and see if any of the group is in a different stage of preparation and they can switch gears. If that's not the case, then we will have the duplicate of one chapter, and that's fine.
Okay,
we will have
that's not
multiple
gonna
interpretations of the same content.
Right, but so I just want to clarify that's not gonna affect our grade for the presentation.
If it's my fault, there's no way that it can affect your grade.
Okay.
Okay, so don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm about to leave out the door and I just heard the conversation in the background and I'm feeling a little bit stressed right now.
No, don't feel stressed. I hope this helps. Yeah, so it's I didn't put it down in text, and I probably should have emphasized and re-emphasized or something right at the beginning, which I did not do, which is an oversight from my side.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying, and thank you for the leniency with allowing us to move forward with chapter 11. Thank you so much.
Worries. No problem.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Melissa.
I was just going to say from my point of view is that as discussed on the first day that I was aware that the group 1, 2, 3, 4 in which section we were choosing, and I printed out the assignment breakdown and mine were color coded, so I don't know if that's just my printer or what happened there. But as for my section in because I'm in the same I guess chapter 11 as what Kendra was talking about, except our group is actually assigned to it technically.
Right.
But I'm speaking on my behalf in the group is that I have already done, I guess, just read my part and highlighted and key points and have just needed to put it into the PowerPoint already. So I don't know where the other group members stand and I don't know what we want to do from there, but yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm basically done.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? We'll have a conversation tomorrow. If I don't know how you guys feel as a group, I'm not going to insist because, like I said, since I didn't provide clarity from my side, I cannot hold the students. I remember saying it, but clearly, it wasn't clear enough or robust enough for everyone to remember. So that's fine. It's okay. But personally, if you had to swap out your section, would that create a massive inconvenience for you? What do you feel about it, Melissa? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to say massive inconvenience because that's not true. It's obviously possible.
But I'm putting you on the spot too, and that's not fair. Okay.
No, it's just because I also want, it took me a while to read, and especially I haven't even, that's my section. I haven't even got to the other sections of the chapter, and I also wanted to get started on assignment 3, so it just would put me back,
Yeah, so let's not do that. We'll just have 2 sets of students talking about one chapter. That's fine. I can live with that. You're the ones that have to listen to it twice. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry to jump in here because I'm part of the one that did chapter 11 by accident. I know my partner, she's already done her part and written everything. Whereas I know so far I've just I've read the chapter and I've highlighted my notes, but I never wrote anything into PowerPoint yet. And it is kind of our fault as well, just a communication error. So I wouldn't mind doing the first one that my group is actually assigned. I don't know how my other group members feel, if they want to do that or not, or if
are you able to send an email to your group just to figure out how they feel about it? And it's okay, whatever you choose. Nobody's going to get penalized for that because, like I said, it's a communication issue.
Yeah.
So are you able to email your group and just check with them?
I am also in the group, and I don't want to make Kendra have to jump with us as well because she already did everything and she worked hard on it.
Correct.
Would it be possible if those of us who don't have everything concrete, we could go and do some of it and she could do what she has already done? But I don't want her to lose.
Yeah, I'd be
I
okay
don't
with
want
that.
her to lose marks because of it at all, though.
No, she won't be penalized either.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to get penalized. If you get penalized, it will be on the actual presentation. And if I don't think any of you will do a bad job, this is a great book. It's a nice read. So you're not going to get penalized for either choice, but you need to let me know what that choice is so I can assign the presentation on Friday accordingly. That's all.
For sure. Yeah. So
Melissa just said in the group that she could join their group, and then those of us who haven't started, I think Susie also, because I was on the Google Slides and she's also written a whole bunch, so I wouldn't want her to have to restart as well. But I also don't want to leave you without a whole chapter not explained that you wanted us to do. So we're okay doing either or. It's whatever you would prefer.
I really would prefer all the content to be covered. So if that is an option, that would be wonderful.
I was about to say the same thing, that Kendra can join our group because we're only 4 people anyways.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm okay with that.
But just make sure you guys don't overlap with Kendra. Just make sure, if that's possible, that don't cover what she's covering.
Yeah.
Kendra was doing the intro, that I know. She was doing the very first part in the intro. She has all her information for that. So I don't know.
She has becoming a widower and the prevalence of being a widower and the transitions into being a widower.
Oh, okay. I think that's what I was going to do.
Yeah, just to be absolutely sure, just email with her once again, because and get yourselves on the page. I'm absolutely, that sounds like a great compromise solution. Thank you all for suggesting that. That makes me feel better about the course, so I appreciate it.
Professor, I just want to make sure I'm on the right path. So I'm in the purple or pink color-coded group. That group is doing intimacies and sexuality, right?
Purple should be doing caring.
Okay, so we're doing chapter 10.
Yes.
Okay, never mind. I think I messed up. I sent an email to Chloe saying we're on the wrong chapter. I think I must have messed up. Oh my goodness.
Intimacies and sexuality should be the orange group.
Orange group. Okay. So we're doing caring for sure.
Yeah, you should be doing, but like I said, I hopefully, it looks like you haven't started preparing, so it's a good idea to.
Oh, we've assigned everybody what we need to do in terms of caring. We're just in the finishing up with readings and putting it into the PowerPoint.
Okay, good.
Right, thank you.
No problem.
So just to clarify, sorry.